stay down. It whispers through this rotted town. Ever since the seed I sowed, now ghosts bloom where cotton grows. You can't outwalk what's under your feet. The past keeps time with a fever beat. Graveyard wind through willow bone. Every wrong I made has grown. That old dog won't howl no more, but I still hear him at my door. Fireflies like the broken fence, marking out my penitence. Absorbs the blood, the truth, the whispered wars. My fever breaks, but I still see the faces staring up at me. What I buried won't stay gone. It sings beneath the cypress song. Boots on the porch, dripping sins with the rain. Every step you take leaves a crimson stain. Lantern swinging, shadows crawl on the wall. This house remembers, it don't forgive at all. You can't outrun the dirt you drag behind. It sticks like a curse, it stains like time. Wipe your feet before you walk through my door. This floor's already soaked with the blood of before. Every ghost you carry, every lie you keep, better shake them off now, boy. Wipe your feet. Crows in the rafters, thunder low in the ground. The walls keep whispering every name you drown. Don't lay your burdens on these broken beams. This house was built on somebody's scream. You can't outrun the dirt you drag behind. Clings to the soul, it poisons the mind. Wipe your your feet before you walk through my door. This floor's already soaked with the blood of before. Every ghost you carry, every lie you keep, better shake 'em off now, boy, wipe your feet. Ash on the mantle, knives in the drawer, cross on the wall, don't save you no more. You come in dirty, you're leaving chains. A house like this remembers names. Wipe your feet before you walk through my door. This floor's already soaked with the blood of before. Every ghost you carry, every lie you keep, better shake 'em off now, boy, wipe your feet.
All right, and we are live once again. Greetings and salutations, pawns, poppers, and programs. We have yet again another session of the grim adventures of Elidon and Oppenheimer. We have with us once again Delcara and Wolfie, Oppenheimer and Elidon, respectively. Our schedule varies, but it will be Sundays at 10 a.m. when we set it, at least once a month if we can manage it. We'll do more. Due to some stuff that was pre-scheduled ahead of time, we weren't able to do it earlier, but we managed to get in a second time this month, and going to start up our third session shortly. Anything that either of you would like to say briefly before we go into the campaign, either about yourselves, what you're doing, or just how you're feeling about things currently, especially with a little bit of a need to recuperate in character.
Moonshine is the world's greatest medicine. We all need a dose.
Shine of moon not good. Neither ball and face.
Yes, that is indeed correct. Ball in face is a bit painful if you don't learn how to dodge a wrench first. But where we last left off, the campaign started with Oppenheimer and Elidon first receiving some new convicts from the work release program that G.R.I.M, the Guild for Ruin Investigation and Management, working with the Appalachian Regional Council to slowly turn over some of the prison population to be more productive citizens, and if they didn't survive different things that happen in ruins under the watch of G.R.I.M agents, then at least they were put to use more than being in a prison cell. Thankfully, Oppenheimer, having worked through the program himself, treats the convicts who are in the program with fair shake, giving them opportunities to prove themselves that they are indeed as readily trying to work off their sentence as they were selected to be approved for it. Elidon and Oppenheimer got a notification that there had been some missing herpetology students who were exploring in the woods, and that one of them was the governor's son. Rescuing them and finding out that their local guide had wandered off and was recovered, they later found out on their way back to the barn where they have their base of operations that one of the students who hadn't gone with on the trip but had been planned to had unfortunately met a very grisly fate as something had chewed its way out from the inside of that student who is now deceased and had crawled away into the woods somewhere near the city where the local G.R.I.M branch is located, near Grafton. Being near Thornton, Oppenheimer and Elidon are a good distance away by horse from there. But it was something to keep an eye out for because the student had supposedly been in the woods ahead of time where the individuals who were rescued were found. Oppenheimer and Elidon also found that there was a retrofitted ambulance van that had been modified and shielded from the electromagnetic pulses of the wild magic going through the ley lines in the region. And Elidon was able to fly up and far enough to verify that indeed whoever was driving inside it was wearing a hazmat suit of some kind, and that the guide who had been badly damaged had been taken away in the van to some distance on winding roads away from Thornton. With the rescue handled purchasing some pharmaceutical equipment and on the G.R.I.M invoice and setting about some future purchases that would arrive and be delivered for Elidon in the form of oxygen tanks. They went back with the convict who was with him on the rescue mission to the barn base of operations to check in with everybody, cook some frozen pizza purchased from the pharmacy general store, and to practice learning how to better dodge in case they got into a scuffle. And Elidon took a hit in the head first, and when Oppenheimer tried to show him how it was done, he also took a solid hit. And that catches us back up to where we are from across the last two sessions.
Where did I put? Oh, it's over here. Okay. I have what? One wound right now?
You have one strain and one wound, yes.
Okay. Just making sure my character sheet is up to date.
Fair enough. And currently Elidon has 2 wounds, having taken a few marks here and there that added up to a wound, and then finally the direct wound from the baseball to the head. And on the live stream itself, there's a small little display of the different penalties that are in the FARAD system with the quantity that are in use for this campaign playtest currently.
All right. Just doing the paperwork check because of course, I can't do it on time. Okay. After laughing my ass off at your experience with the pitching machine.
I threw the next one. You got hit. Open.
Yeah, but at least I dodged better.
In a huff, Elidon just goes back to the room. Tell Mama open.
I do make note in my thing about it was hilarious, and just mention that, continue to save draft, and then make a very careful of this hazardous rag. Put it in using gloves and safety tools. Put it into a separate container and seal it up tight. And then write out a plan for how to have my large-scale operation I'm looking for. Listing, I'm going to need either operatives or criminals who are allowed to hold weapons. I'm going to need medically trained people so I can have on-site first aid, geologists, and engineers. Like, I'm basically giving a list of these are all the roles that might need filling, and seeing what they send my way for a large-scale project that I'm confident I'm going to get allowed for. Both the scrapyard and large-scale farming, teaching them basic life skills.
All right, fair enough.
Part of the reason for guards and armed criminals is there's something in the woods. I don't know what it is, but apparently it crawled out of someone. I want to make sure everyone's safe from wild animals and that.
Yes, and you are aware that there are, of course, rattlesnakes to be on the lookout for, and the fact that they're endangered, so you can't just have guards who are going to accidentally kill one trying to defend it. And the Smilodon that you encountered that is somewhere in the woods south of Thornton, and Siggens Hollow. And also that, while Elidon doesn't remember it, you saw your hairy cousin in the woods as well. So, quite a lot of oddities to see. Oh, and those glowing bugs that reminded Elidon of themselves a little bit.
Yep. I'm also going to do, considering how much I ramble and how terrible I am at getting to the goddamn point, I'm going to do a writing check.
All right.
Let's see. Writing. I don't have anything in that, so I'll substitute leadership, which, again, well, that doesn't help, actually. Engineering. Try that one. I guess. I'm trying to find somebody to help and give me at least one advantage. Reason. There we go.
Yeah, so I was just about to say, I think reason would probably work better in this particular case.
Come on, dice, don't hate me. That was not a D10. Where are you, D10?
Come on, dice, hate him.
9, 8, 6.
Okay.
Damn it, dice, you like them.
With that, you would have a straight success. You feel that the letter that you've written is most likely going to end up giving a fair assessment when it is received. And considering that your handler in particular did seem interested, and the governor's son in particular seemed to be willing to put in a good word as well, it does seem like there's not probably going to be much in the way of opposition, so much as just a matter of how quickly can things be put together, especially considering that at present they do have a all points bulletin, basically, for the creature that killed that one late student.
Yep. Let's see. But that, and then I very, very, very clearly, obviously openly, all the stickers, all the hazardous warning, including list of symptoms on the problematic container.
All right. And they will make sure to deal with that with the utmost care. And you are able to send that back through the timed teleport that the handler has set up to be able to temporarily lower and raise back up the shielding against people teleporting things into the branch.
All right. After I do that, I go over, grab myself a drink, and not drunk, but I'm observing the people working. Well, L just kind of goes to recover.
Okay. Well, currently, with the pizzas that have been cooked up, a lot of them are still eating and sharing in a bit of the drinks that you had offered them. Elidon, where do you have your room set up? It's in the barn. Do you have it so that it's a direct way for somebody to climb up via a ladder, or do you have part that is typically you fly up there and somebody else would have to climb up, or did you have it set up somewhere else?
Last I knew, we said it was up in the barn. I would imagine that there was already a ladder, but Elidon just flies up there anyway, so.
Okay.
But they are definitely sitting there with an ice pack to their face.
I just wasn't sure if it was something where you would have removed the ladder, or if you had decided to just keep it intact.
No, Elidon would understand that Open can't fly, so.
Well,
ladder
true.
stays. They just fly.
True, but, teens and young adults and the like, sometimes there's a little bit of, wanting their own privacy and the like, so. Regardless, from where you are at, you are able to easily still hear the chatter that is going on outside, as is Oppenheimer. Bob and Bill are just talking about the work that they're doing, sorting through the scrap with Nate, since he's back and able to talk with everybody who is in the work release program at the barn location. And Marcus here and there is commenting on, he never really minded breaking the rocks when it was at the prison and such, but it was more or less just for the sake of breaking something and not really put too much use, So it was more or less just locals who wanted some gravel and stuff dirt cheap, who would sometimes, ask whether or not the prison could just simply break some stuff up for them. Not really the kind of old chain gang breaking rocks kind of thing, and not certainly the main quote-unquote career that a convict might have that a prison assigned them. So, in his case, Marcus is at least commenting that, hey, clearing the rocks and breaking them up and such and getting the ground ready for growing a garden feels like it's actually useful rather than just a waste of time.
I just make a comment that Damn straight it's useful. This here is going to become a compound so all y'all can learn life skills. Not go back to the world with no skills.
Bob would speak up and say, well, we did used to work on, cars and such in Detroit and that sort of stuff. But it's not quite, the same kind of transferable skills when a lot of places are going to be reluctant to take in felons.
Every farmer is more than willing to take in anyone as long as they seem like decent folk. That'll get you 1 foot on the ground running. That's my logic, at least.
Well, in terms of running, it's a bit old for that, but at least get a good footing, I think, is good enough.
We're going to find out how many friends come and visit, because this is going to be a big operation. We got a lot of land to clear. I got to build dormitories. It's going to be a lot of work. Plus the scrapyard. That's going to be another fun one for you.
Well, Bill and I definitely know our metals, what parts are still useful and that sort of stuff. And probably at least be able to figure out what's best melted down versus what's at least able to be sold.
And that could be a teachable skill. The more people we teach to do more universal jobs, more likely they're going to be more successful in the world.
And the convicts do seem to basically be in agreement that that's part of why they all agreed to sign up for the work release program in the first place. Is it's better than just sitting in a cell and not really doing much that's useful, even if they were occupied. And the possibility of lowering their sentence was also quite enticing for the majority of people who have been in the program, from what they've heard.
And I'm going to say this, like I'm going to tell everyone else, just be blunt and honest with me. The truth is better than trying to hide it and get in bigger trouble. So if you have a problem with another person, let me know. If you've done something wrong and you realize how bad you fucked up, let me know. And we can work out and solve it. But I don't fuck around in the bushes. We're here to work. We're here to get things done and get you moving on out of this program.
They all seem to be in agreement with that and just continue eating their pizza and drinking their shine. And Nate in particular is more or less nursing just a singular one, whereas some of the others are indulging a little bit more.
Yeah. I'm not going to do much else aside from let myself heal, drink, and draw up blueprints for my next idea.
Okay. Elidon, are you doing anything else while you're up there trying to ice the spot where the baseball hit?
Would I have like an advantage point being at the top of the barn? Kind of like a lookout. It'd be like the most they're doing.
I mean, it makes the most sense.
Well, certainly, yes. There used to be, for a barn of this size and type, a old crane arm that would stick out that could be used to pull rope through a pulley and use a hook to lift up a bale of hay and pull it into the upper loft. Now, obviously, this barn has been reworked for a while, but those doors still do open. There's just no balcony or anything in case somebody were to tumble out. You, on the other hand, Oppenheimer's not worried about tumbling out, so I doubt that he would keep it locked.
That's your door.
I feel like there are signs that are like, don't come up here unless you plan on dying.
And I've ignored that sign many a time.
You're the only one who can. You're also loud enough, I feel like, that Elidon would just know it's you.
Well, plus it is, somebody has to move far enough over to the door to actually push on it and do that kind of stuff. It's not going to be something that somebody opens by accident. At
Yeah.
worst, somebody goes over to it curious, pushes it open with too much force, and then they have a problem. So, the vantage point. I would say because of the fact that this barn is not directly up against the woods, but because it's facing more toward the road, you would be able to see through that door the road that leads up to the barn curves through the first road of Thornton, and that leads up to the ramp that turns onto the highway itself. You'd be able to see some of the houses that are nearby, an old wooden church that's further along the street, and you can see the trees that are behind all of them. Thornton being a relatively small community still, not an incorporated town, doesn't have a lot of structures or a lot of traffic. And since the cataclysm, there haven't been vehicles racing through on the highway, except for that retrofitted ambulance that people have seen really in about a decade, probably. And the cataclysm being even longer than that. It's just rare that a retrofitted vehicle comes through this way.
I would also say that maybe Elidon is thinking about the coma they found, or that they saw. Since it was somewhat like them, and they were very curious about it.
Okay.
That would be it, though. I'm assuming they also can hear what Open and the rest of the prisoners are talking about.
You definitely would be able to hear it. They're basically just, like about 30 feet below you. So it's not quite as loud as right where Oppenheimer is standing, but, nobody's trying to be quiet. And you definitely can hear it very clearly. Thinking of the coma, however, as you are looking about here and there, you would see that there are still remnants of some old technology here and there that are still standing where they were before. So you can see in the distance on the road, there's the really old telephone wires, which nobody is really using because of the fact that the pulse will just simply run right through it and short out anything that it's hooked into. But occasionally, when a pulse happens, which is not consistent, but it does happen multiple times a day, sometimes when it times through, the old transformers, because they still are conductive, you'll see little small bits of arcing from the metal between pieces, not an explosion of sparks like they would explode sometimes if a squirrel were to get stuck in them and burn. But as you distantly can see sparks shooting through the transformer, you can faintly see there's this green glow, very small, flitting about around the transformer and the telephone wire that is still up, running along the highway, just floating about and spiraling around the wire.
Elidon is very curious. Kind of wants to just go over there without telling anyone.
The
But knows
perfect
that's a
strategy
bad
has
idea.
never gone wrong in any game ever.
The solo mission never goes wrong. Would it be fair to assume that there is like a landing perch on the outside of the barn for the, or like where there would have been a window or whatever, for Elidon to mainly just like fly in and out of
Well, like I
for
said,
easy access?
where that crane is for moving the hay bales and such, that window, you can just simply lock it in an open position, because obviously you wouldn't want it shutting back again when you're trying to get a hay bale through there.
Got it. So yeah, Elidon will just go through that window and, without saying much, but I'm pretty sure everyone could see them, just goes out towards that green glow.
Well, in that case, I will roll on whether or not the convicts notice, and Oppenheimer can roll whether or not they hear. You're not really going with stealth, so I'm not going to give advantage or disadvantage, but you are higher up, so that's why it's just going to be a flat check rather than a disadvantaged one, because of the sound that you make. So it kind of balances out in that particular regard.
Let's see. Dice. 3, 7, 7, 14.
Okay. For Oppenheimer, that would be a success at cost. Let me see here.
Imagine it's just I'm vaguely aware.
Okay. And as for the convicts, it appears that Nate and Marcus noticed. They also are success at cost. In terms of the cost, it's just for Nate and Marcus, just more of a kind of distraction in the middle of the conversation that's going on, and just having to have people repeat what was said to get back into the flow of the conversation. There's a glance over at Oppenheimer because obviously Elidon is flying out, but unless Oppenheimer says something, they're not going to say anything about the fact that Elidon is flying out.
Most I say is they do that sometimes, and just keep drawing up schematics for roll on the chart. Power tools that can withstand constant use outside of shielding. Obviously, they need some form of shielding, but trying to reduce as much power to the power tools, maybe just drawing up ideas.
Okay. And Elidon, you are able to easily fly. I'm going to have you make a traversal check, however. It's just going to be a matter of seeing how quickly you get over there, considering that you're moving towards something that's moving erratically and things like that. if you're going to draw a lot of attention to you, not as far as a stealth check or anything, but just how casual it sort of feels, rather than coming across as something meant to be predatory or anything to that effect.
Fair. Just a reminder, am I rolling 2 or 4 d10?
So it would be 2d10 unless you are rolling something, skill or other advantages that add more. So in this case, it's just a flat check.
Alright. That is a 1 and a 5.
Okay.
Yeah, hit to the head really did something.
So that's
You
gonna
know-
give...
Shut up.
So that's going to give you +1 Jinx die, and +3 to your traversal progress, which will add up toward level and training points, etc. But as you have a failure with bonus, as you're flying over toward it, you definitely don't come across as casual as you hoped, to put it mildly. You
The
are
awkward way. I love it.
you are able to get closer toward where the transformer is and to see more closely that the green lights are indeed the same spectral insects that you saw in the woods. Maybe not the exact ones, but they are Quoma. You're able to get close enough to see that, but they do quickly start making a beeline right off into the woods, passing through the canopy, not just weaving about, but literally just straight shot, passing through leaves and branches and just phasing right through it as they flee from your approach.
Elidon showed up so ready and yet awkwardly, and then immediately got dissed. They're gonna fly back to their bedroom. Looking a little sad.
Okay. While you are there, you can feel the very faint residual bit of wild magic that is in the wires and the transformer. And just from what you've heard about Quoma, not having seen them before, just earlier today, and knowing about the ley lines in the region and such, and the fact that the Quoma had gone over toward the transformer at that time, it would be safe to assume that, like you, they probably are able to absorb magic to an extent. And it's possible that they were drawn to there because of the fact that it was a point where the pulse was, that it's running through that. It did not seem, however, that they phased into the transformer as you were approaching, or into the wires, but just around it. Unlike the trees,
well then in that case,
which they went right through.
in that case, before leaving, they would definitely kind of, I guess, investigate a little bit for themselves to see if they can do the same.
Okay. How are you choosing to investigate the transformer and telephone wires?
That's gonna sound weird, but vibes, basically. Like, I don't really...
Do it the bug style. Move your antennae at it.
Right? I don't know what it said I'm moving, but I'm gonna try. I'll move everything.
Bug to the bug zapper. What happens when I touch it?
All right, they may not do that part, but they're curious. Pretty sure Elidon knows not to go for the bug zapper.
Okay. So, one thing that you know, having the ability to go intangible yourself, is that the Quomakin, like yourself, seem to have very similar to the Quoma in the fact that they seem to be able to do that too. However, how much would you have experimented with it once you were freed from the collar by Oppenheimer? You know that when you were in the lab cell, that you would have had difficulty with how far that the place was isolated. You couldn't pass through far enough to find an easy way out until you were, set about originally meant to go after Oppenheimer.
I would have to say that would be very minimal to none.
Okay.
Just because they were getting used to their surrounding and didn't really want to just learn about themselves yet. They're learning about the world in a different way.
Okay. So then you wouldn't necessarily know what you can and can't pass through.
Yes.
All right. Well, you at least know that the Quoma didn't have any difficulty passing through the leaves and the branches, so those are probably fine for you to pass through, but despite the fact that they seemed drawn to the power, they didn't really seem to go back and forth through that. Can use any sort of skill that you think would apply toward what you might draw from that. Reason, induction, deduction, just based off of what you think might be interesting.
Does judge or knowledge help?
Judge is more like ethics and morals. Knowledge would be more if there's a specific type of knowledge skill that does not exist. Like, for example, there's botany for plants and fungi, but if you were, say, dealing with the knowledge of, I don't know, medieval paintings, for example, that might be a little bit niche, and so a general knowledge check would be more used in that case of just information that doesn't fit under another skill.
Fair enough.
Teaching probably would not actually work, now that I'm thinking about it. Never mind.
Teaching would be more if you're teaching someone else. So
Yeah. We were saying which ones again?
Induction, deduction, reason. Observation might help a little bit in terms of just, what you noticed.
Would
Cunning?
researching
Researching would definitely help if you are attempting to do something or looking up something. So if you're, like, say, trying to do the scientific method by testing something, you could test different materials and try to see, how things work, or you can look something up.
I think researching, because they're definitely going to try and see if they can do any of that.
Okay.
Yeah. That's just 2d10. Correct.
Unless you've got a skill in it.
Nope.
Okay.
Alright, 2d10.
So you're
Like me,
gaining
dice.
progress in
Like
it
me.
if you can.
Like dice. Ooh! That's a 9 and a 10.
Well, that's actually a great result for you. So that's going to give you +1 luck die. And you're going to get +1 in your researching.
Yes.
So, as you are looking about the transformer and the metal wires and how the Cuomo moved around them, dancing about and made a beeline right through the trees and such, passing through them, you wager there's probably a good reason why they did not try to pass through the electrically charged conductive materials. It could be because they're electrically charged at the moment because of the pulse, but you've given it enough time since the pulse happened with the spark, and they still didn't try to go through it. You wager they probably can't. There's something about the metal that maybe they can't pass through it. And thinking back to when you were in the lab, most of the walls were, concrete and brick and mortar and things like that. But you never had to pass through metal when you turned intangible to get out of your cell. You were able to go through other walls and things like that. You didn't try to pass through where the doorknob was or anything like that. So you didn't experiment back then when trying to learn how to escape and realizing you couldn't figure out a way until they sent you out after Oppenheimer. It would probably either be painful or not let you pass through to try to go through metal. And there may be other materials that you might have difficulty with, but the Cuomo seemed to instinctively know that and still came over to feed from the wild magic pulses when they had struck that area.
I definitely imagine Elidon is trying and just going, bah! Okay, never mind. Goes back.
Out of character, I have so many experiments I could think of, but I don't know if we're ready to test those with your health at where it is.
No, it's not. That's why I'm going back. It was the whole, bah, nope, bah. Okay, I'm not doing this a third time. I'm going back. Fuck.
Okay, so
I'm already in pain.
Just to be clear, you didn't try to go intangible, just to double check your results.
Oh no, they would definitely have tried, but if it's a failure, then...
So, because the ability to turn intangible is just using the source points, you would just mark it off for use for how much source points that you use in that case, which should be 2. And once you try, it's basically like you can push through the rubber insulation that's around the wire, but as soon as you touch the copper, it's like hitting a wall and you just pull your hand back. There's no pain or anything that's happening because you're not stuck inside it, but you are able to verify that absolutely, if it comes down to it, you're not going to be able to pass through a wall that has got metal in it unless there's a gap. For example, Oppenheimer's barn with the Faraday cage wiring that's running through it to protect parts of the barn in case there's an EM pulse that comes through from, the wild magic. If you were in the area where that is, you would not be able to just pass back out because it has to be tight enough to not let an EMP pulse fry anything electronic that Oppenheimer might have, or to warm up something metal to a hot enough point that something nearby might catch fire. So in the case of in the barn, Oppenheimer already has that protected. But if you're in a similar situation somewhere else, such as, say, in that van from earlier that was retrofit to be able to run through the area where there's ley lines and such, if you were in that van, you would not be able to turn intangible and get out of it.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, then they'll proceed back to their room.
All right. Would you tell Oppenheimer about that, or just go straight to your room and not mention anything?
No, actually, Elidon would go down to tell Open.
I'm
With
just
the
there
other-
with a blueprint covered with gears and measurements and measurements of force with gear. It's a complicated math thing that only I can understand.
Yeah, no, Elidon never cared for what you. Elidon sees it and just goes, just immediately just goes, Open.
Yeah, what's up?
The experiment.
Holy shit, you did?
Yes.
How many dead bodies?
None. But no can go through copper. Very hard metal.
I do remember you hitting your head against the wall before.
Open.
Yeah.
Immediately just pulls out a knife. I kill.
So you want to keep experimenting with this here new knowledge, or just accept you can't go through metal?
Except glowing bug can't. Neither can Elidon.
Alright, so we have you can't go through metal for some reason, but you can go through other stuff. That's what I'm picking up here.
Yes.
What gave you that idea to test that?
Glowing bugs. I feel like Elidon would have no clue what a Quoma is. So they're just glowing bugs.
I mean, fair.
Yeah, after all, there are plentiful different types of specters and different types of insects and things of that nature, and stories of, fae and other things that can and can't just go right through walls. So, not knowing what a Quoma is, but knowing the concept that, some stuff is just odd like that, it makes sense. The lab certainly wouldn't have told you what a Quoma is capable of. They would have just forced you to do tests that they wanted and try to train you and such.
Lab trauma.
Yeah, that's why I don't generally push any testing with you.
Fair. That's why Elidon just comes to you and goes, experimenting. Not work. And then they would definitely try and figure out what you're working on, and then just be like, never mind.
It's just a giant fucking drill, and but I have so many different gears how to like measure and make it feasible without being a giant clunky son of a bitch. Like I have so many different designs that are like harebrained drawn together because I didn't have enough room on the paper.
Yeah, Elidon just sees that and goes, "Nope, pizza, food."
Fair
I'll
enough.
definitely take a slice and sit away from the prisoners.
Yeah. Should I roll something for this harebrained idea, or?
Well, I would say that if you're blueprinting it, you're not quite at the crafting level yet, but engineering definitely would apply.
Engineering and I'm going to say reason because I'm trying to logic out how to make it all come together.
Reason is more along the lines of when you're trying to convince somebody of something.
Oh, okay.
In the case of effectively using information to convince others and themselves through causality specifically, I think it's less that you're trying to convince yourself. Unlike.
I thought it was reason like logic, trying to. Yeah,
Well,
not
it
verbalness.
it is logic in a sense. In the case of with Elidon earlier, it could apply in that regard by a scientific method and testing and doing experiments, but it's less that you are trying to go through the steps to prove something works, proof of concept, if you're only dealing with the blueprint part of it. If
Then I guess jerry-rig. Does that work?
that's more if you're trying to temporarily fix something that isn't working, in a way like, oh, you don't have a spare tire, but you've got the rim, so you throw a bunch of gravel inside of a popped tire and throw on a bunch of duct tape to just get it going far enough to get you further down the road. That would probably be more of a jury rig.
Then in that case, 3 dice it is.
Okay.
6, 9, 3, 15.
Okay. Well, that still gives you a success at cost. So I imagine that you probably would have a few points where you might either have a ink spill or a poke through part of the parchment or a tear or something to that effect.
No, I'm drinking. I'm spilling on it.
All right. Well, you're spilling on it. So there are parts of what you've started blueprinting out where you just have to like lift it up and realize it's going to have to dry before you can try to redraw back through parts that got moonshine stain on it. Thankfully, it does evaporate, so as long as you keep it away from flame, it should be fine, which you should keep paper away from flame anyways, so not a major concern, but it does set you back a little bit because you have to go back in and work on it. But you are able to, over time, get the basics of what you're aiming to do blueprinted.
What I'm aiming for is getting a solid measurement of gear force to manual crank or manual interface to remove all electronics physically possible, so I can have prisoners being able to cut down. I mean, not cut down, but like saw down trees better, or like cut wood into better pieces, or get a better till. Stuff like that to make the progress go faster. But I need a core function understanding.
Okay, so you're basically doing things like, for example, knowing that a handsaw going back and forth has a lot of friction, but having the gears that are used for a hand mixer, for example, where you're turning it like a bike pedal, spins the whisk quickly manually, and that could essentially be adapted for like a miniature saw where you need it to not tear out as much or be as much back and forth, things like that, or for how they would use for drilling a hole for a cork, how you can spin that, and other things like that. You're able to find a way to examine those rudimentary manual tools that are better than just simply stabbing something repeatedly to make a hole or to chop something.
Also assessing types of metals that would be better for different parts of the tool. The stuff like that.
Okay. So you're
Oh, I
definitely
had
able to-
induction. I could have added that. Oh, well. But, yeah, just as I'm working that, talking to the prisoners, talking to L, just later tell me what you want to do with these here progressive examinations, and meantime, getting late in the day. You want to do your retinema now, or?
Already, bro. Meanie. She's definitely a child. Elidon's definitely a child learning bad words. Meanie is the first one.
Probably my sarcastic comment that you took seriously.
Oh, definitely. Meanie.
L called me a meanie.
Already wrote that in their note, being like, Mama, open meanie. Made fun for not dodging. It's written
Just-
even to Grandma.
Oh yeah, just escalate it to my manager, why don't you?
Elidon's definitely written to every family member at this point the same thing.
All right, fair enough. And as time is progressing, is there anything either of you would like to do before sun is already starting to set, and before you would rest up for the night? Taking watch in turn, because being G.R.I.M agents, even with friendly convicts, there's always the knowledge that while they know they have to keep within a certain distance of where you're at or the barn, there's sometimes people who do try to sneak off and other things like that, so you've got to pay attention here and there. Or the possibility of, while you haven't particularly dealt with it, Oppenheimer, at other work release programs, sometimes the locals aren't as friendly to convicts being in the area. Not a major concern, but something that G.R.I.M does definitely drill in the, keep an eye out.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm good. We can time skip if we need to.
I mean, unless you want to just role play our dreams, I mean.
Nah, not for sure. Elidon really dreams.
I mean, we certainly
If-
can
if-
do that, but
I'm good.
who would
I'm
choose?
even happier just to be like, we could time skip to where Elidon is not in pain. That'd be great.
Who would like to take watch first?
How about I take it, then Tin Man, then you?
That's fine.
Okay. So, as you're taking watch, and you are just simply keeping an eye out and recovering, we're going to have Oppenheimer do a recovery check. So for that, are you trying to remove a wound or your strain?
I'm going to say wound. Because I can easier justify removing a strain over a wound.
Okay. So for that, I'm going to change the display to show that you've got the wound removed. And I am putting it to 2 marks. Now,
Okay.
you'll roll your 2d10, and if you have a success at cost, you would only get the mark removed, which would still take you down to 2 marks. If you get a straight success or higher, then you would take the entire wound off, which would also take those 2 marks. It's basically defaulted that as long as you get a success at cost, you at least remove a mark. Hence why I adjusted the display currently. Now we wait to see what the result is, based off of if you have any skills or the like, or traits that help in this particular regard. Now you do have the regeneration, however that does take more time, so that wouldn't activate immediately for that.
Okay. Nothing at first aid. I don't think I have anything that would help, at least as far as my skills.
Well, you do have a possibility, 2 actually, depending on how you choose to use them. If you were able to use your induce to bring capabilities of your source pool on the fly, that might help with the check. If you're expending some of your source pool to give yourself a single advantage. There's also survivalism, which helps with ensuring your survival, especially when lost in the wild or other dire circumstances. Like, for example, if you happened to have herbs or other things that you know are wild plants and such that you keep on hand for wounds and things of that nature.
And I can't do both?
You could do both. It's just that if you choose to do the induce, you do have to expend some source points in the process.
That's fine. I guess I'm going to do Cygnus by drawing symbols of healing on bandages that I combine with natural herbs found in the environment.
Okay, so you're sort of using a little bit of kind of like aloe over the wound, and then a big band-aid with a what kind of mark would you put on there for it? How would you describe how it appears?
The family generally has a their own version of a language, written at least, and spoken, because certain accents are heavy enough it's like a different language. So that being said, probably it looks kind of like a funnel with the with symbols being pulled down into the wound, referencing, restorative nature. But because we don't exactly have our own high education. It's more like we looked at a river flowing in and refilling a lake and went, that's good enough.
Okay. So go ahead and roll 4d10 and keep the 2 highest, but do list off what they are in case you get any luck or jinx.
3, 7, 9, 9.
Okay. So that is 18 then, which would be enough for a straight success. So I'm going to remove both of the marks, and it would be just the full wound, dropping you down to just 1 strain.
That was 2 sickness because minimum?
The minimum that
Right?
you can do would be 1.
Because I have to spend some for the check.
Right. The minimum you can do would be 1.
Okay. Cool.
All right. Now you are on watch. There's the possibility, depending on your watch result, if there isn't anything that comes up, that you might get to do another recover check. And at maximum, you can get 2 per day with the default watch mechanic. So let's see what your watch roll is. And
okay.
if you have any skills that help with that, that may help you notice something and possibly let you have time to recover further.
Primary primary observation, secondary survivalism. That work?
That would definitely work, yes.
Okay. You are in the way. Thank you. 1, 2, 5, 8, 13.
Okay. That would be a success at cost. So one second here. Should have pulled it up and it just wasn't working. Okay. In that particular case, you don't have enough to be able to get a second recovery check. However, you are able to tell that there isn't anything that seems to be a danger. Nobody is sneaking out or trying to sneak into the barn at this present time. Late at night, you can see that there is a deer that passes down the road and also a fox at one point. But there isn't anything else that seems to be untoward.
Can I take a shot at the deer?
Danger. You could. You do know that currently it's within the unincorporated township city limits, and also that you'd be firing it off in the early evening when people are settling down to go to sleep. You certainly can do that. It's just a matter of if you want to wake people.
Realistically, I make explosives. I'm sure I've woken people at much worse times.
That's very much true. It's just a matter of if you wanted the possibility of drawing people to check and find out what the heck's going on, versus, if you wanted to simply let it off. It's your choice, though. I'm just letting you know that that might be a consequence depending on how well you do, and also whether or not your nearest neighbors sleep through it or not, based off of a roll I will do.
As a beacon of reason, logic, and perfect judgment calls, I'm gonna be rolling 4 dice.
Well, if you are attacking it, you're using your rifle or your shotgun.
Rifle,
I'm
longer
guessing
range.
rifle. So what you'll want to do is you're going to want to put an additional 1 into the expend tracker, because at minimum you're using a bullet, and until you hit the maximum you don't roll to see how much it reduces, but you still need to mark it.
Roll here. Expend where?
You have on your middle of your sheet, it should be track now in L13 on your spreadsheet, unless you've changed it since the last time you sent me one.
Let's see. L13. That's not it. Okay. I have been tinkering with the design.
Okay.
Expend sheet. So we're talking resource points, or?
This is just simply adding to your track now. This is just when you hit your maximum for what you have available, then you roll to see if you've lost it and need to go and buy more, that sort of thing.
So in
you can just, for the moment, just write it down or put it in a notepad or something to that effect, and can just find it later, since it's right now it's just a single shot.
correct
It's definitely
now.
not going to fill it.
1. Noted. Good enough.
Okay. So you would use your strife check plus any bonuses from the rifle itself.
So not my accuracy?
You can do that for the advantage. The bonuses, however,
Okay.
would be like a +1, +2, +3, that sort of thing. Those add to whatever your total is. So your accuracy will give you advantage on the roll, but you still want to look at your rifle for
range,
what you have as far as bonuses in that regard.
standard. Additional die is +2 intimidate. I'm not seeing anything about bonuses. Well, it's just a flat roll. There's
Okay.
penalties for further out.
Alright, so you have the breach loading.
Yep.
Okay, so yes, in your particular case, you don't have any bonuses on that. So
Okay.
that would be just a standard check plus your advantage from the accuracy.
So then
I
go ahead.
I would say because the range is 0 to 60 movement spaces, which in this case would be 300 feet, you would still be within the standard range for that. The deer is probably about 250 feet out.
Yeah, because I imagine that I have like the equivalent of a deer stand assembled for a watchtower, because I don't have a watchtower. So yeah, I got a 3, 5, 10, 7.
Okay. So it'll give you +1 luck.
Okay.
And then you have a success at cost. So yeah, that's you definitely hit the deer.
Oh, 17 is a success at cost?
Oh, I didn't hear the 7. Sorry. I heard
3,
the
5, 7, 10.
Okay. So yes, then that would be a straight success. So you are able to definitely hit the deer. And I will say that while you were able to take the time for aiming it and such, you would be able to shoot it in such a way that it would go down. it might not be dead immediately from the shot, because of not taking a called shot, which would then cause a disadvantage that your accuracy is countering. However, it is definitely down on the ground at present. You can see it is moving a little bit. I'm going to roll first to see whether or not any of the neighbors nearby happen to hear and pay attention. There are a few that hear it, however, they don't continue to hear noise. So the ones that hear it, you can see the lights flip on in houses, and after a short bit, they flip back off.
I have no fear.
Well, you might not, but the deer does. Unfortunately, its attempts to get itself back up again after being shot and knocked down do not prove fruitful, and it is still prone and has the bleeding condition, so its previous wound is going to become a second wound, so it only has to take one more and it will expire. The meat will still be good, but it won't.
I'm going to pull the classic deer hunter move of walk up and, from a safe side that I won't get kicked from, just put it out of its misery.
All right. And you're able to perform a coup de grace, basically, since it is prone and unable to fight back. And even if it wasn't on its last wound, you would be able to deal enough to expire it. And, as you said, put an end to its suffering before it gets worse. And the meat itself won't be gamey. It would perhaps be slightly better if it had been taken down in this single shot and not twitched a little bit. But at least it had run. So it's still going to taste fairly decent if it were to be cooked. It is early evening, so I will say while you
How many from the team woke up?
That's true. I should also roll on the convicts, and Elidon should roll on whether or not they woke up.
Sure. What am I rolling? How many?
Probably observation.
Maybe.
Well, it would be ordinarily one die at disadvantage because of being asleep, but then the observation probably would bump it back to just a straight. So, Bob definitely heard it with a 18 there.
Okay.
Bill did not. Marcus did not. And
How
Nate
much
definitely
jinx
heard
die
it.
do I have?
At present, you currently have 7.
Alright, cool. I'm gonna use 2 of them.
Burn them all.
Because mainly it's just like Elidon is in pain. And I'm pretty sure they are so used to hearing Open just shoot randomly in the middle of the night for no reason, and without having to tell them, so they're just like, stupid animal or whatever. So I'm rolling 2d10, and then it's 2 d4s?
D6.
D6s. Let's go with...
All we're going to hear is a hardcore snore.
Basically. I'm gonna roll them all together. Oh, that makes it worse. So I just gained another jinx because I have a 1, and then an 8 for the d10s, and a 2 and a 5 for the jinx.
So you have 3 then. So that would be a straight failure.
Woo!
So
I'd knock the fuck out.
You definitely didn't wake up, and you didn't end up taking a mark or anything, so the noise didn't cause you to stub a toe or anything to that effect. So, it's good use to get rid of some of the jinx die. Unfortunately, only got rid of
I gained
one.
more.
Technicalities.
But you're able to sleep through it. Bob and Marcus do... no, it was Bob and Nate do come out, having heard the shot, and they're not moving quickly or anything like that, but they do come up from where they're supposed to be sleeping and just check out in the direction of the sound that they heard, not having been fully asleep yet, and just see that Oppenheimer is standing over a deer, and they head to sleep.
I stop one of them, just go, "Hey, you, help me hang this thing real quick." So I gut the deer, hang it, and I'm working on cutting out the meat for the rest of my shift, and just, I'm saving the bones so I can make Foki, and the antlers, if there are any, are going on my wall.
Okay. Nate and Marcus would definitely both be willing to try and help.
It's primarily, you tie it up a bit, and then the key issue is you have to like lift a thing while also someone tightens a rope and tie it off when it's high enough. But doing it by yourself is living hell. I speak from experience.
I will say that because of the fact that the task that they were doing didn't involve rope earlier, it takes just a short little bit for communicating like where there would be rope or chain to be able to use, since they didn't mess around with stuff they weren't told to use before. But they are able to help with that. You would be able to use salvage as far as trying to get the Foki. And if you're trying to get, say, the deer hide, that would be skinning.
Skinning.
Which you don't currently have. It's just a matter of which one you wanted to put more focus into. Obviously, getting the Foki from that is something that you have more experience with in that regard.
No, that's singing. Skating.
It would say filleting/skinning.
Oh, flaying/skinning. Okay. I was looking in the wrong spot. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna primary salvage, secondary would survivalism work?
In this particular case, it wouldn't. It's not really a dire circumstance or anything to the effect of needing to survive. It's more just trying to get as much material from it as you can, which is why the salvage helps, both with getting the antlers and the Foki. Skinning specifically is more the quality of the hide. If you're aiming for that primarily, to not damage it and have a large chunk of deer hide to be able to later have tanned.
Okay, so I'm gonna prioritize getting Foki and crafting, maybe.
That would be after you first extract the stuff.
Autopsy.
Well,
would autopsy work?
Well, autopsy will work if you're looking to learn some information from the deer.
I mean, I am, yes. I'm trying to learn how to better get Foki Crystal. I'm trying to assess its vitals to see Where has it been eating? Where's like, as a hunter myself, like grossly check the stomach. What has it been eating? Find out like the health of it, because that reflects the health of the surrounding herd. All that.
Okay. Just making sure that you are looking to gain some information from it.
Yes.
That's why I'm just double checking on the skill use. But yes, in that particular case, that would help. And you can use both. So that would give you 4d10 to roll and keeping the top 2.
And I'm going to prioritize salvage. Do I have to declare dice before I use them, or can I roll and then use dice?
Are you meaning like luck and jinx? Or...
Yeah, luck and jinx.
You can use them before the result is declared.
Okay. So I'm going to do the first roll. 1, 4, 3, 10. And then I'm going to use a luck dice for an extra 5. So that would be a 16, or 4, 5, 19. Spending one of those, but I also get a jinx.
Okay.
But I also get a luck dice for that. Okay, cool.
Correct. So you have a straight success to your salvage and autopsy. So you are able to extract the antlers without any difficulty with it. As far as the foci, the deer in the area are where there is wild magic and such, and some of what they eat and things to that effect do affect the bones to become a mild foci. It's just a matter of what bone do you think makes for a good foci from the deer specifically. Certain cultures might, for example, use the skull and put it onto a staff, or they might have the rib cage and use that as part of a piece of armor, and other different bones for different purposes. They might make a wand from one of the leg bones, etc.
Well, my plan was use the skull to make foci crystals, and you already called using the ribs for armor. Using the longer bones, making special foci-based bullets by just covering the tip with a little bit of metal as well, just to reinforce it. Some script to make it more viable as a bullet, as I'm experimenting with making foci bullets.
Okay.
Yeah.
So those sorts of things would be more the crafting once you get to that point. It's just a matter of what you're aiming for. Because there's a difference between converting it into something, like compressing it into a crystal through transmutation, or using it as a raw material that's designed in that particular fashion.
Can I use organs, such as the brain or heart?
Organics, typically, that are that kind of soft tissue is a little bit more difficult, but feasible. You'd be more like brain in a jar, kind of brine, pickling it, kind of more stationary kinds of stuff, but feasible. Just a matter of what you're putting it into at the moment.
This is where my unstable foci crystal idea comes in, because I was thinking you take those, dry them out, and then compress them using a special adhesive, and then that can create a unstable foci crystal.
Okay, so in the case of crystals, they would typically use sort of a crystal matrix which would be like a seed that is put into a liquid suspension, some sort of mineral nature. In the case of the unstable foci, that comes from salvaging from a creature. Calcium carbonate, for example, is a type of mineral, so bone works very well for that. From the other organs and things like that, there might be iron and other stuff that can become part of that crystal matrix. But that usually is a lot more rending down rather than, say, as I mentioned earlier, like the brain in the jar kind of situation. So it's just a matter of how long it will take to convert versus having something that's a more immediate usage in terms of the
I'm
crystals.
looking long term.
Okay. So in that particular case, you can certainly gather, like, for example, a lot of the smaller bones and the organs and things like that to put it into sort of a slurry that you can have drip feed very slowly onto a crystal seed to cause that to start growing into a larger one. It definitely would be kind of smelling a bit, but it wouldn't turn into something like a blood gem because it wouldn't be fully immersed into blood.
Works for me. Like I said, long bones for bullets, spine used for the calcium. Probably use the hips to try and make a makeshift hatchet because dumb idea be funny. Then skull and antlers, again, folky. Breaking down the body into more mobile. I can put these in a grenade parts aside from antlers because I like antlers.
Okay.
And if I can, save the hide, save the meat. Waste nothing. Absolutely nothing on this thing is wasted.
All right. Now, in terms of what it has been eating as of late, you are able to find that there is quite a variety of wild grasses and wildflowers and low shrubs and such that they are consuming. There would be little bits here and there of small insects and other things that it would simply not care and be opportunistic in terms of chewing up something, even if there's something on it. You know, deer have in the wild in the past eaten dead snakes and other things here and there. This one doesn't appear to have gotten a protein fix anytime recently in that regard, except for small bits of insect shells, husks of their exoskeleton, that is. You would see that there would be a small gash on one of the legs that does appear to be from what seems like it might be a stray dog of some kind. Fairly low, not the size of a fox, which would be taller. However, there's also burn marks around the tooth marks as well.
Match any creatures I'm aware of?
I would say that you definitely would have heard of possibility of coal pups, emberhounds, hellhounds, things of that nature, different stories of canines that seem to, have come up out of the mines or out of places that have burned down, things of that nature. A lot more that have been cited since the cataclysm, but that appellation tales and earlier tales from Europe and the like of such creatures here and there. Not very common, really, but the fact that you're close enough to part of where Domtalahn had merged over, it's feasible that some of them that may have been either domesticated or stray from there had eventually wandered over into your area.
Make a note, potential chance of mine nearby.
Well, you would definitely know that there was a mine quarry of sorts that was further southwest. However, it had about 80 years ago had run dry and was just used for dumping waste from mining operations and things like that at this present point. So it's unlikely that it would have specifically come from a more recent mine, so much as, like I said, something that had just wandered in. And wild dogs, if they find food, they will stray a bit, especially if they don't have a pack.
Okay. Make note event, write in whatever communication I can, send to G.R.I.M. Finish my letter to the kinfolk, send, and just keep scanning and all that until L or Tin Man find me.
Okay. Alright, well then, with nothing else interrupting at present, Tin Man would come and relieve you for their part of the watch.
I warned him about potential hellhounds.
Okay.
Him being very volatile and filled with very flammable stuff.
All right. And since they don't have any recovery necessarily, I'm just going to have a roll real quick from their observation for if they notice anything in particular.
Are you having me do that, or are you doing it?
You should have their traits and everything. As far as adding anything, should be just their lineage.
Yeah, I have. Let's see. I made a sheet for him too. Tin Man. Main page. Observation. Right, this one is not organized. I needed to transfer that. It's somewhere on here.
Scrolling back through, it does not appear that they have observation or anything else that would specifically apply in this particular case.
Straight roll then.
Yep.
4 and an 8, 12.
All right. So they would have a success at cost. Well, they don't see anything that is untoward. That would be coming toward the barn or anything to that effect. I think in terms of their cost, it would just simply be a matter of being a bit noisy when they're coming back into the barn, or it could be, say, an owl that coughed up pellets onto it. I'll let you pick which.
Just birds landed on it while it was sitting still doing nothing, and it came back in dirty.
All right. So at the end of Tin Man's watch, it definitely seems like it could use a bit of a cleaning, but it would notify Elidon of it being their turn. Since Tin Man would have a little bit of difficulty climbing a ladder, would
I feel
there
like
be...
Elidon would just know that it's their turn.
Okay, I was
Like
gonna
you just
say,
hear from the base of ladder, clang, clang, clang.
Yeah, I just hear like clank, and I'm like, I come.
I
I
was
don't
going
know.
to I was going to ask whether or not you would have had an alarm set for your turn, or if there would be like a small little string to pull that would ring a bell or something else to that effect. So, but however you are awake and alert to come down, Tin Man would just simply report that nothing seemed to be approaching or untoward in the area that it was observing.
Great. Is it able to tell me about the Hellhound possibility?
I mean, that was a warning I
Open?
gave.
Yeah, but would
Yeah.
it be able to say it?
But
Well,
it talks.
it does have a +1 on its memory, so well, I mean that's a 15, so it definitely remembers. It was a 10 on one of the die, so it gets a luck point.
I definitely imagine it just drawing out Hellhound, and Elidon's just like, got
Yeah.
it.
It's a success at cost, so I think while it knows the term Hellhound, it wouldn't know necessarily from just memory with that cost. Whether or not Oppenheimer said that he saw it or just that he saw evidence that they might be in the area. So it's just...
I just said evidence. I didn't.
Right. I'm just saying that as Tin Man is trying to convey the message, that it doesn't specify in that particular regard. So Elidon may or may not think that they definitely are in the area or that there was evidence of it. Steer do travel a bit too sometimes.
Yeah, Elidon just keeps their eyes open, ears open as well. Just making sure.
All right. So, seeing as you have 2 wounds, we're going to reduce one of them and mark 2 marks instead and have you do your first recovery check. So, do you have any skills that would aid with this?
Probably not.
I mean, you could do what I did with the inducing to kind of help boost your healing.
Induction? Or induce? I mean, that wouldn't. I mean, I don't know how that would help because they don't have anything skill wise or ability wise.
I'm just double checking through to see if there was anything that might help in this particular case.
It's induce. I guess that's what I'm doing. It's just a 2d10. That's about all I know.
You have luck on your side. Never fear.
That is true. You certainly
I
can
do
use
have luck. How many lucks do I have now?
At present, 1 second here. You have 4 luck, 1 chance, and 1 fate at present. You also do have 1 observation as far as the watch, so that would help as well.
Okay, so yeah, I'll take. So if I add observation, that's another dice?
That would be one advantage, yes. Since it is a watch, you should be observing the general area. So.
Okay, so that's 40, 10. Right, that's 4. Making sure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, this is a 9, 5, a 10, and a 7. So I'm gonna go
Ooh.
19.
Okay. And
9 more, and you could have success at cost.
I'm actually gonna use 2 more Jinx die. I gotta burn through these, man.
You hate yourself.
To be fair, I am in pain.
okay.
To be fair.
You can do that if you'd like.
I feel like that's only fair.
God, you're gonna go
Don't
from
worry,
healing
no.
one.
It was a 6 and a 2.
Okay, well that still gives you an 11. So that's success at cost. So you are still able to do 1 recovery check. So that
I'll take it.
will, because at first we did the watch check. We did the recovery check, then the watch check, and with Elidon we did the watch check, now the recovery. So this would be just since you don't have anything that applies. The induce. So you can do 3d10, pick the 2 highest of them. If you get a straight success, it'll take off the full wound. If you get success at cost, you'll just take off the mark, which would still reduce 1 of the wounds.
Okay, so 3d10. Oh shit. The highest 2 are. So I got a 3, a 6, and a 7, so the highest 2 equal 13.
I mean, you could drop a luck and potentially make that a 15.
Well, 16 would be better, but...
Or, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, 16, sorry, not 15.
Alright, so then how many left do I have? I must have skipped over it. I know I asked that question, and I probably skipped over the answer for that.
Well, you had 4 luck to start, and you gained another 2, so you have 6 currently.
Let's try 2 luck dice. Those are still d6s?
Yes, this should be a d6.
Yes. Alright, I'm using 2 of them. Because I apparently hate myself. I do. I got a 5 and a 1.
So how many Jinx dice are you using?
Apparently not fucking enough. Jesus.
Okay, well, that is enough, however, to bump it up and remove the marks. So you just have 1 wound and no other penalties at present. So that's still useful.
Gained another Jinx die. I am just collecting Jinx die.
You got to get that ability that lets you use Jinx on other people.
Well, those traits can be useful sometimes, but you know, as long as you avoid doing things that can potentially wound you, they're useful to burn in other situations, such as just being on watch. Thankfully, as you are on watch and you're paying attention, looking out, you do not see a hellhound or a loose deer or fox as you are keeping watch. What you do see, however, coming from a distance further down the road is a flicker of blue light shimmering as a figure is walking along the path on a horse, very slow trot, along the highway, heading down from the east toward Thornton, or possibly going past it. From what you can tell just from lights that are on the street, not electric, but old gas lamp, flickering candles, that sort of thing. You can see the horse is a black stallion or mare. It's too difficult to tell from this distance. And the figure appears to be clad in black as well. And you can see from the glow coming off them that they apparently don't have a head. And then as you look a little closer, you can see, no, they definitely, they have a head. You can see faint glowing coming from eyes and the mouth of a head that's not on top between the shoulders, but rather carried in the crooks of an arm, while the other hand is holding the reins of the horse as they are trotting down the highway.
Fun.
New friend?
So they're getting closer to us?
Well, they're certainly coming down the highway slowly. You don't know if they're going to turn off and head to Thornton, or if they're just going to keep going. But I'm not entirely certain if this is something that you would have heard about from Oppenheimer or not, because this is definitely not a known cryptid necessarily of the region. However, it is something that some of the people that live in the region would know from folklore from the old country.
Well, Elidon don't know shit, so I guess Elidon... They keep an eye on this entity, but while doing so, get closer to the highway.
Okay.
Just to kind of like, in case they get over here, they're at least there, but if not, a deterrent of sorts.
All right.
Hand on a handle of like a dagger or something on one of their weapons, just in case. Not pulling it out, just hand there.
Okay. As you move closer to the highway and the figure continues to trot their horse forward, getting closer and them approaching you as well, you can see there is a glint of metal on their chest, pinned to their coat. And there's a vague familiarity, but they're still too far out at present for you to get more detail in that regard.
Yeah, Elidon's just waiting.
Yeah. Once they get close enough in distance, you can see from the glow coming from the stump where their head should be attached, that what they have appears to be a gold or bronze, some kind of yellow alloy, circular disc with what appears to be concentric circles and a skull shape in the center of it. a very familiar badge of office that you know quite well, one which both you and Oppenheimer have.
Got it. Okay, so they are friend at the moment. Seeing them get closer, Elidon kind of just nods their head at them, but still stands there, just in case.
Okay. So as you are close and they're able to spot you finally, they gently pull the reins slightly to have their horse stop, and they put their head back up on top of their head and say, "You wouldn't happen to have a bit of thread and a needle on you, would you?"
Would Elidon have thread and needle on them?
Maybe not on, but you do get gifted a lot of stuff from my family.
And there certainly would be some somewhere in the barn.
Yeah. Yeah, Elidon won't have it. So Elidon would just be like,
Not current, but in barn. Yes. Need help?
Well, the thread tore out, and I don't want to drop my head and have to go back chasing after it again. If it's quite alright, I can follow you and then get this settled before I can resume riding back to Grafton once more. A bit embarrassing, but the old girl is definitely not meant for running such long distances, and stopped suddenly, throwing me from the saddle earlier today.
Come. Help. Let horse rest for a bit.
It's much appreciated.
and not to spook the horse, does not fly, but offers to take the reins and guide the horse back to the barn.
Okay. And the Grim agent would ride and follow, letting you lead the way, and doing their best to just simply hold their hat onto their head, onto their stump of a neck. And the glow is still there, but it's diminished a little bit now that their head is in place, for the moment at least.
Upon bringing them in, goes immediately to their room to go find thread and needle and help.
Okay. They would wait patiently, and after a short bit, you're able to easily find some and bring it down. Now, are you offering it for them to sew themselves, or are you offering to try to sew it for them?
To do it for them. Seeing as how that would be really hard for them to probably do it themselves correctly.
It's possible that might pose a little bit of difficulty, even if they may perhaps have a familiarity with the necessity of doing so now and again. With that, I don't believe that you would have a skill for it, but...
No, but I feel like first aid might be the first. Might be it.
First aid would definitely help. I don't believe that there'd be another one that would specifically help other than that, so you certainly can.
No. That's 2d10? So I'm gonna ask this every time just to make sure.
If you don't have the skill currently, yes, and it would be gaining progress with it.
Cool. Fantastic. Oh. Woohoo! That is a 9 and a 5.
Okay. That would be a success at cost. But you'll have 2 to your first aid, which will help you work toward that skill. Now, you did just heal up a bit, but there's the possibility of pricking yourself with it or using a fair bit of the string more than you intended. But it is definitely going to be firm enough that the head will stay in place.
Using more thread than I meant to, but that's okay. More secure.
Okay. So, you're able to help the agent sew the head back in place. And as the Domtalahn just tilts their neck and head slightly here and there so that you can get a good angle to get it in properly. Afterward, they lightly roll their neck just to make sure that it's holding at different angles and such and thing. That is most appreciated. Thank you, Agent. I've usually not gone past simply dropping off convicts here and there, but after the last chase I gave earlier today, it seemed prudent to stop by and at least see if aid could be rendered. And I see it was.
All G.R.I.M, always welcome.
That is as it should be, and it is still much appreciated. Thank you. I've been given the moniker of Ichabod, even though that's just simply what I've been called in modern tongue. I believe it has
Name
some sort
Elidon.
of literary reference of some sort. Elidon. That's an interesting name. Not one I've heard before.
Well,
I've seen you.
Elidon is Elidon. Very interesting.
I've seen you from a distance before when dropping off convicts, but been the first time to meet you in person, so he extends a hand to you to shake.
Takes his hand, shakes it.
If need be, rest. Spend night.
Well, my nightmare and I don't particularly need rest, which is part of why they enjoy having me bring the convicts along, because should any try to conserve their energy and run, it's quite easy to race after and rope them down, usually. Unfortunately, that is not as useful as it was earlier today for a curiosity. Should have known that the old girl wouldn't be able to keep up with that machine, but it was worth the effort, at least.
What type machine?
I believe that from documents and such I've read, books, printings, it was a van of some sort.
Have Red Cross on side?
Yes, I take it that it came through your area.
Yes. Saw earlier. Very fast.
Indeed. Mayor was not able to keep up with it. One of the prisoners who was meant to be delivered earlier today was set to be transferred to a different G.R.I.M facility. So, when I had rode back to the meeting point, I was surprised to see them instead being loaded into the vehicle, and thought perhaps it was a different G.R.I.M agent had been assigned, but when reaching out to Grafton, I was told that there had been no such information passed on to them.
Able to find it?
Well, I did report my encounter, but it took a while. After chasing after them, my mare stopped too abruptly, and I fell down a gully, and my head detached, and I had to find it first before I could ride here, so they are aware of the vehicle and are looking for it for something else, but 2 sightings for different circumstances does not make for good news, in my opinion. I don't believe in coincidences, only omens.
What omen?
A dread portent of evil or negative outcomes that are to come.
Look
I
at
probably
the
talked about
omen.
those.
You most likely, but I feel like Elidon would have like no clue what you were saying.
Oh, most
Especially if you've been
likely.
drinking.
Mostly when I've been drinking.
On lookout. For sure. For all omens.
As you should be. Thankfully, there's no discovered ruin that is terribly close to here, to my knowledge, so what is found is mostly wild creatures, and whether those from areas that have changed since the cataclysm or those that are native to the region. But this van with the Red Cross is not something that I'm accustomed to having to give chase to more than mortals. As I
Refreshment.
understand it,
Like
Go ahead.
No, I was just asking if they wanted like refreshments. I don't know. Elidon didn't know what else to say. Just trying to be nice.
The offer is appreciated, but I consume enough core to keep myself sated on the road. Usually a chipmunk, a squirrel, a stray rabbit. Usually more difficult in winter, but not too difficult in these months.
fair.
think it was like the first time someone's not asked or looked weirdly at Elidon. Being like, the fuck are you? Other than Oppenheimer.
I tend to punch the people who do, so you know.
Yeah. You,
I
you
mean,
get
fair.
the, you get the idea from the fact that he's talking about consuming core, which would be more like animal soul, kind of lesser soul kind of thing like that, and the fact that his stump glowed and that he is a Domtalahn, as he would be identified as, that this Agent Ichabod probably just assumes that you're some kind of person that came over from Domtalahn, or that you're a specter of some sort. As you know, you do have some kind of difference to you, which specters might be able to perceive, for the fact that they perceive souls and core.
Fair. Okay. Because I think I also can see that. I think I remember doing that.
You definitely can, and even without that, you still would have been able to see in regard to their neck, as that is definitely a fixture of their being, that the stump glows, and the stump on the head portion also glows. It helps for locating the parts.
Gotcha. Elidon is gonna definitely ask this specter,
Pet mare? Can pet?
like it has a hand up ready to pet if can.
If you're slow and careful, should be fine. Teeth have had their filing, at least to soften them. As he says that there's just the slightest little jiggle of the reins for a moment, and his mare opens its mouth, and you can see, rather than more flat horse teeth that would be more expected, it appears to be row and row and row of jagged fangs and razor teeth.
Pretty.
And Eldon's gonna slowly extend their hand to the mare to see if they can pet it.
Okay.
I gotta roll. I hope not. I just want to pet it.
Well, I think that a roll would be suitable in interaction, but let's see whether or not you would have something that would help in terms of that.
There's not really like an animal handling.
Well, there is. There's taming, manipulating a creature or terror to behave in a fashion that is agreeable to an intended purpose.
Yeah, I'm not really taming though.
And there's also zoology, the skill of understanding and studying fauna.
I mean, I guess.
Okay.
Would gesture work?
Well, conveying concepts without speech or writing, you can try to convey them to a nightmare. It probably has encountered people that want to touch it before. It's just a matter of if you have a suitable skill or if you're trying to gain progress in one of the skills.
Well, those ones I have nothing in, so I would be trying to.
Okay. Well, if you don't have a skill, you can only gain progress in one of them, so it'd just be a matter of which one you're aiming for.
I'm gonna go with gesture.
Okay. So it'd be just the 2d10. He did at least warn you about, going slow and
Possibility being bitten.
careful and everything.
That was kind of why I was going with gesture. So like that would be the smart route.
So it's just going to be a flat check, so you don't have a disadvantage on it. So.
Great, because I rolled a 4 and a 4.
Okay. Before I describe the outcome, would you like to use any dice with that? Any hedge or anti? Luck, jinx, curse?
I would like to use some luck.
Okay.
I think I only have 2 luck left.
You should have 4. You gained 2, used 2, but you still had 4 from earlier.
Alright, cool. So I'm using 2. God damn it. The dice gods are against me, for I have rolled a 1 and a 2.
Okay. So you've gained another jinx die. However, you do have enough that it's a success at cost. So,
God damn it.
you are able to pet the nightmare, and it is not going to bite your hand off and start chewing.
Woo.
There is, however, the matter of the cost, which could be just simply taking a mark as it decides to nibble on some part of you, or it could be something else. It could be that it startles you and you drop the needle, so then you don't have that for sewing in the future and have to buy another one or search for one. It could be something else that happens. What would you think happens as it reacts to you before it settles down a little bit?
Does this creature have the ability of giving nightmares?
Well, it is called a nightmare. So
I was going to say, would it give it? Is this a magical horse, or is this just a horse that looks terrifying?
Oh, it is most definitely some kind of magical beast. As far as if it gives you a nightmare or not, in the traditional definition of nightmare, you might not know if it would or not. As far as if it'll happen later, we could say that it might give you disadvantage toward having a good dream.
I'll take it. Anything to not be harmed again.
I was about to say, this whole challenge, are we doing the speed run of killing a character?
No. I mean, because my other idea would be it just kind of gives them a vision, like a nightmare vision. Just a random one. Whether it's right then and there or later. I don't really care when, I'd rather that than pain. I just healed. I don't need more.
Okay. So, as you are petting it very carefully, slowly taking your time, the nightmare, comes close a couple of times of giving a little nibble, and it leans its head into your arm, and its tongue comes out with saliva coating on it that just licks around part of your arm. A tingling sort of sensation before Ichabod gently pulls back on the reins and says, "Sorry about that. That's, well, probably want to, get some deep, sleep medication if you can. Otherwise, might not be too pleasant when you go to rest later."
We'll try. Very pretty horse. Very pretty.
Pretty, yes, but the nightmare is so named for bestowing nightmares sometimes when it takes a nibble or licks an individual. So, hence my suggestion.
We'll do.
Okay. And with that, the nightmare saliva
Immediately wipes it off once it's turned around.
will give you a disadvantage the next time that you try to sleep, in terms of if you're going to have a dream or a nightmare outcome. So that will be fun to see what occurs. Since this time, when you both were joking about that, I was A, perfectly willing to skip, but B, also rolled on the side and ended up just being neutral, nothing really important in that regard. So, might affect next time.
No worries. Don't worry, Open. Elidon is taking all of the damage.
Good
Losing
job,
their memory. Losing memory and about to gain a nightmare. Doing great with saliva, guys.
You're the best teammate I have. Keep suffering. I mean,
I mean, at this point, with how much fucking jinx die I've got.
Well, it's certainly something to work on avoiding when you can. If you can.
Look, the dice gods said no. Apparently, they said I have to suffer the most with this character.
perfect. I agree with this. I mean, no, don't.
Shut up. I can't wait for you to get all these dice.
Probably will.
But after a bit of conversation and letting you pet the nightmare and sewing the head back onto the stump for Agent Ichabod, he graciously thanks you once again and says that he must be getting back on the road, heading back to Grafton to check in with the branch, and stops briefly at one of the houses and just simply lets the nightmare walk close to one of the windows and then trot off. Few minutes pass as he makes his way back onto the highway, and you hear a loud scream from the house that the nightmare and Domtalahn had walked past. And the nightmare, you can faintly see as it is passing by some gas lamp marking where the highway ramp is, its long tongue sticking out and licking its lips before it resumes trotting down the road, as nightmares not only cause but feed upon such nightmares, and certainly gave somebody not a pleasant night.
Oh man, I'm about to feed it too. Even better. I am helping the ecosystem, guys. Could I say that
Perfect.
before they actually left, Elidon gave them the rest of the needle, like the needle and the sewing stuff.
You certainly
They'll get
can
more
do that.
anyway.
You certainly could do that, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is.
And eventually, your watch continues, and the sun rises, and someone's rooster from further along down the street in the township starts crowing before the sun comes up and continues crowing for a while before settling down. And you slowly can hear people starting to come awake and sights of lights flipping on as the sun is still rising in the distance, as people are starting to set about getting ready for the day and whatever tasks that they might have.
I just remembered. Dokora and I were talking about a nightmare that Elidon would totally have.
Yep.
We could use it.
Yeah.
We can use that for next time. That's great. Elidon will definitely wake up Oppenheimer by like just stepping on his face. Blake.
Do you actually step on my face?
Fuck yeah, dude.
So in that case, I just like flail grab my shotgun, which may or may not be loaded, and just aim wildly at somewhere.
That's fair. I feel like Elidon would know this though, and just like come up from like where your head is and just stand there and just kick it. Awake. They're probably hovering over your bed, to be quite honest, while they're doing
Yeah.
this.
I'm just drunkenly, well, not drunkenly, hungoverly getting up, pointing the shotgun vaguely around. I don't know if I fire vaguely into the wall, but I might.
I feel like it's a normal. But you definitely hear Elidon's flying wings. Like, you hear the wings for sure, so.
Just that moment of,
Well,
well,
do you want the chance of that, or are you just on the edge and pull back beforehand?
probably on the edge of pull back, because that's probably not the first time you've done it.
Probably
no, definitely not the first time.
Probably not, which is why I asked.
Just the fuck you want.
Morning. Up.
Fucking why?
Morning. Day. Work.
Day needs to go fucking away.
No.
New friend came by.
What do you mean, new friend?
Ichabod. And Nightmare. Nightmare, pretty.
Do I know about any of this?
Well, you wouldn't have known that they were intending to come back this way because of their circuitous route. However, Ichabod, Oppenheimer, you would know them. They're the one who dropped off your 4 convicts.
Okay. So, I'm going to just... cool, you met him. He's not terrible, unless, of course, you're running away. He drunkenly chased... Oh, I say drunkenly chased me. I was drunkenly running for funsies, and he thought I was trying to run away.
Sounds like open.
So...
Help put head back. Elidon help put head back.
Oh, good for you. I mean, he needs the help.
Also, head to Nightmare. Nightmare cool.
Okay, that's a little less cool, a little more dangerous, but all right, you do you.
Only slightly lick.
and like shows their arm.
You are a remarkable specimen, let me tell you.
Elidon is Elidon. Always remarkable.
Hands on hips and everything like that. Puffing out their chest.
Okay. I'm just going to have confidence that you know what you're doing. So, what do you say you wake up the rest of the folk?
You do.
Oh, I load up just a powder shot, no actual shot in it. Go stand by the dorm and just fire in the air, just so it's a concussive blast.
Okay.
Elidon's just standing behind, open. Elidon's not one for interacting with much. Still getting used to the prisoners.
Okay. Bob and Bill are the first to rush out, not fully dressed, but they have grabbed at the closest available objects that they could potentially use to bludgeon or bash the possibility of not knowing if they were under attack or something.
And they just come out to me standing there in the field, shocking in the air, smoking.
And they would lower their hands, and they're basically in just boxers and light shirts, and definitely kind of a really sort of look on their face, as they too are dealing with a hangover, not able to keep up as much as with you, but not used to drinking moonshine. Nate and Marcus take a bit longer to get up. Not in a particular hurry, but seems likely they woke up around the same time. It just didn't cause an immediate get out on your feet kind of reaction.
After a pause like that, I just kind of... Not the worst, not the best reaction time, but I can say... I proved good enough.
Marcus would be like, slept through plenty of gunfire where I was, so if it's not too close, it's not likely to be a problem. Nate is just giving a slow nod with that. Bob and Bill, having come from the Detroit area, on the other hand, look over at the two of them like, we definitely lived in areas where, we heard plenty of gunfire too, but it's a little bit more care about it being as close.
Yeah. I smile. Alright, good to know. Y'all are good folk. Anyways. Morning routine, point out showers, let them know breakfast is on the way, and make sure some of them are armed with bludgeoning tools initially in the morning, and just in case there's a critter out there that might take an interest in them.
Anything in particular we should be on the lookout for? And to that, Nate would pipe in, there's some, a big cat, real sharp fangs, saber-toothed cat, and some other stuff in the area. I'm not entirely certain of all of it, but definitely that to be wary of.
Oh, shoot, look at you being all smart. I appreciate that.
He gives a little shrug and says, did the Venice smuggling route for quite a while, and chemistry before that.
Well, additionally, there's also hellhounds in the area, at least based on my examination of a prey animal. That's nothing to be worried of. Now, I highly doubt we're going to run into them, but I'd rather have you guys ready than die horribly to a flaming death.
That's what Tin Man meant. Okay.
Anything specific we need to worry about with them? I've heard a lot of different tales about them, but not anything concrete.
It depends on the area. There's different breeds for different areas, and I'm still investigating this areas. Problem is, they're not normally around here. They're normally around mines, and there's an old mine that they might be at. But I still have to investigate the area.
We do.
Do I know anything about them aside from coal mines and all that?
Well, the fact that, as you saw, their bites can also burn when they bite. They can expel a little bit of fire or catch their bodies on flame without being harmed by it. They're immune to ember and umbral damage. And there's myths of certain hellhounds, coal pups, that sort of thing, that might cause fear into certain individuals. Not consistently, but the notion of certain myths having a hound of some kind, either guarding to keep spirits in a sort of underworld, or hunting down those that have tried to escape, whether living or dead, from punishment.
Through a painful, I ramble way too much way, I explain to them what I know, but I'm also rambling about my weird uncle who tamed one at one time, and it was a really weird weekend when it got out of the pen, and it's trying to translate that is a headache. But there is information.
Wonder if prisoners escaped there with Van. It ran across.
That's a... I mean, the cage would stop signal from reach in theory.
Could help Ichabod.
It never hurts to go help folk.
DM, by any means, tell me if I am wrong in this, because from what I'm remembering now, I don't think Ichabod said that he found them and that he lost them, essentially. But he doesn't think that there are any mines or ruins that way.
He said essentially that when he dropped off the 4 earlier, he had been previously given note that the 5th had been scheduled to go to a different agent, and that he was to drop off the 4 and come back to pick them up where they were being held. However, when he arrived, he was told that transfer orders were given and they were loaded into the ambulance, which he saw and tried to chase after.
Okay.
And when his horse couldn't keep up and suddenly stopped, that's when he fell into the gully and had his head detached and had to find it, which delayed him a lot. So
Okay. So, yeah. The statement still stands. Could help.
I ain't against helping, but I'm also looking at we have to investigate the local area for that weird slimy thing.
well, that and
Last
you
time.
had already reported the van earlier, so
Because technically everything we're talking about has already, quote unquote, been covered by us reporting it, but we could be proactive.
well, you do know that the nightmare wasn't able to keep up, and maybe that could be because it was, older, or it could be just a horse versus a van and speed. Elidon definitely couldn't fly to keep up for long enough to get more than a glimpse. And it left quite a while earlier in the day. You've gone through 3 watches, so it's had plenty of time.
Yeah. Because my plan was get the people working. I was going to go and basically go hunting in the woods, but more or less I'm watching for that thing that reportedly crawled out and all that. I'm also watching for hellhounds. Yeah, I'm just kind of doing a lot of different things at once by doing one thing.
Okay. And
That's my plan, at least.
Elidon, would you go with them or do anything different?
No, I'd go with them.
Okay. Seeing as you aren't in a hurry, are you taking your horses with you, or are you just walking into the woods in the area?
Elidon is definitely taking their horse every time they can.
I'm going to leave
Or the
Bailey
rest of
back
the
at the base so they can start working on tilling the ground.
Okay.
And we'll leave 10 man to watch them. Give them permission to use more dangerous tools for in the case of self-defense only.
Okay.
Like written permission in case someone comes to check.
Yeah, I imagine that you probably have just a small sign and a stake that you can tamp in the grass on the edge where, there's the road nearby that you've had to use before with some convicts when other things have come up sometimes, where it's just a notice that residents within are given permission to defend themselves on the premises, regardless of the owner being present, or something to that effect.
Yeah.
Just basic castle doctrine. They're not allowed to go and chase somebody, and they know better than to travel a far distance from the barn, because you have the thing that can tether them there, and Nate was able to go with you, but in general, if they go too far without being near the barn or near you, problems, as discussed in the first episode.
Yep.
So,
Like, they're aware of it. I'm not going to sit here and, like, harass them about it. But at the same time, it's like, I don't want you dying to wild animals.
all right. Well, with that, they will set about getting to work, resuming clearing stone, sorting scrap, and Nate will help with trying to get Brandy fitted up with a plow to start tilling the soil that has been cleared of rocks thus far.
I basically walk them through. You basically signal a corner, and Brandy's just going to till the entire area that you mark. it's an animal. It's not intelligent enough to get complex instructions.
Yeah, I imagine it's more or less just get into the saddle, lightly tug on the reins, and lean on a side when you want her to turn, so then you can get the rows and such like that.
I warn him, Brandy does have a personality, and don't be rude.
Yeah. And Brandy also has the ability to excavate, so that does help as well. If there's a large slope or something on part of the property, they don't need to clear out a mound or anything like that. So,
kind of figure, give him a day to get the area ironed out, then send the horse to actually really level it. I do hand them axes for dropping trees, assuming they know how. If they don't, they're not allowed to. Blah blah blah. Safety.
Okay. Nate and Marcus would know how. Nate will admit that they didn't really clear much in the way of large trees before, but little shelters here and there when they smuggled things where they cut down a small birch and then chop the branches and make a lean-to, things of that nature. Marcus has got a little bit more experience with chopping larger stuff. As you're aware, they broke rocks and they cut wood and other things of that nature.
I show them the makeshift cart. I assume I have a makeshift tool log carrying cart of some kind, being I built a barn.
It'd be basically just a simple wheelbarrow would be sufficient enough to just chop it, throw it into the wheelbarrow, haul it over to where the fire logs would be set. Or
well, I'm hoping they collect like big
or
logs for construction.
Right. I'm just saying that take the smaller stuff over here, or take the larger stuff, wherever. You would.
I just make a point that Brandy is super strong.
I will say you would have to make sure that they are aware of which side to cut to make sure it falls in a specific location. With that, I will say that that's going to at least be an interaction check.
I was about to say, I hear a leadership check.
Yeah, leadership, teaching, either of those would apply to it. Just depended on if you wanted to...
reason. What reason work?
Well, I mean...
logicking out, because I grew up with this.
It is reasoning, convincing somebody through causality. So if you do this, then it's going to do this and fall this direction. And if you cut too deep, it's going to, start tipping early. Things of that nature. Yeah, reason could apply.
Cool. So primary leadership and put on a reason on that. So that's 3 dice.
Okay.
Yeah. 196. And I need 16. I really want them to do this right, so I'm going to burn a luck. 2, so that's 17.
Right,
so
well,
in total, the total roll was 1, 2, 6, 9.
Okay. So that will give you a +1 jinx, and they do seem like they're going to understand it perfectly well. It's just a matter of you show them enough to chop a smaller one so that you can do it quickly, and let them see, how it's going to fall, and specifically certain trees not to touch, just because certain stuff might possibly be something you have to have checked first. as whether or not you can use some wood. There are certain plants, trees even, that might either be protected habitats because of holes and other things you see that mean it could potentially be a nest of some kind of creature that you can't do without verifying first that they're not in it. And it can be the majority of it, though, that they can start clearing. You just show them a few signs of, wait till I get back for these kinds of things if you see them on a tree.
Yep. I also point out Brandy is very good at clearing vegetation. That includes roots. So use that to your advantage if you feel brave. However, do not hurt yourself for any reason. I need you guys at good health.
Okay.
There goes another one into leadership. Okay. Because they're currently away from keyboard, any messages from the family, from G.R.I.M?
As far as messages from G.R.I.M, you would, checking in the barn where you receive them, notice that there is a small scroll that just simply notes that they did receive a message from Agent Ichabod after they had communicated with you earlier, and that Agent Ichabod had communicated again later after meeting Elidon. And the gist of what Elidon had explained to you as far as what they learned. To keep an eye on the roads in case any other vehicles come around, and to make sure that the convicts are aware that it's important to keep in mind that staying with the barn or staying with you is known to be safe. And if somebody else comes who is not a G.R.I.M agent, there's a high chance that they might possibly just simply try to drag somebody off to see how far away does it take before reactions start happening, things of that nature. So just, don't tell them you will die immediately, but give them warning. Don't go into a van with strangers. They don't have candy, folks.
All right. Respond with the 10-4, and I'm going to go out and investigate the natural movements of the local hellhounds and keep an eye out for the slimy thing. The standard, I'm going to be away from phone for a while.
Okay. And after responding back to them, you would notice that there's a message from your family.
Open her up.
And it's very simple. It's just checking in on how you're doing. And is Elidon getting enough to eat? Are you getting enough to eat?
Well, I'm sure my message from last night told him a bit about that.
No. And what's this they're hearing about you being called mean? Is there any sort of discipline issue that needed to be addressed? Was there just some comment that was made? It's Elidon entering their rebellious phase. The basic, grandpa is talking to the parent, trying to find out, are you finally in the part where you get to deal with this kind of fun?
Yeah, I respond again, draft, but I respond with, no, actually, no, this is important enough. I'm willing to send to today. Basically respond with, we were testing out a new reflex machine, and they took one to the face hard. They walked it off.
Okay. It will take time before it gets processed.
Oh, yeah.
Family discuss it, but you send that off after making sure you have it how you want to phrase it.
Yeah, just they're concerned about the safety. All right, cool. You get a reply.
Yeah. There's also, as I said, the matter of the, sort of, is it actually a big deal kind of thing, or is it just, young kid reaching out to grandparents kind of situation? So
Yeah.
They didn't seem terribly worried, just more communication, checking in.
Oh,
Sure
we're old farm family. The someone's being mean is the least of our worries.
Exactly. So, with that communicated and checked in with your family and also with your handler, they're able to easily, both groups, let you get on to what you're trying to do.
Just going out in the woods, getting in a tree stand or other quieter station and hunting, collecting the animals I hunt, and just researching the way animals move in the area.
All right. As you are looking through the area, go ahead and make a interaction check and any applicable skills as you are looking for information about different animals moving through the area.
Would survivalism check work?
Survivalism should be able to apply in this case, yes.
Survivalism and stealth, I think, because I don't want to spook any animals around me. A, for the meat, and B, for I want to see them natural movements. I'm also, before I leave, cook some food for them, because I did say I was going to cook some food, but it's just roast meat.
Okay. Well, we'll have you do first the cooking. That would be an interaction check, and if you don't have a skill in it, which I don't believe you do, then
I do not.
It'd be just a straight roll. I will say, for a lot of people and different cultures, they might have a one disadvantage just because deer is dealing with it. However, you living in the area, you probably cooked it often enough that that wouldn't be an issue.
I have totally tested my firearm in the evening and not hit a deer, yes. So am I rolling with one?
It'd be just a straight check for you. I think
Straight check.
If it was, say, any of the convicts trying to roll it, probably Nate would be the only one who wouldn't roll at a die of disadvantage.
That would be 11. So the meat ain't good. It's probably burnt pretty good, and kind of shoe leather, but...
Well, success at cost. I think the earlier fact that it got a little bit of stress. Yeah, a little chewy. Presentation perhaps might not be the best, but still, it's properly cooked. Nobody's going to get any sort of parasites or, ill or anything like that. It's just cooked properly.
All right.
Most likely, medium well done.
Deer meat is so it's so easy to overcook, unfortunately.
Yeah. So, and you know this, and you tried to go a little on the lighter side, but a little bit more than necessary.
Yeah, that's fine. Then the survivalism / stealth. 9922, so 18.
Okay. Well, that would be a straight success. So.
And then whatever L is doing in the area as well.
Okay. And Elidon, are you doing anything in particular to help out as Oppenheimer is basically searching the woods for what the different animals and such are doing in the area?
I guess I would be the one tracking anything that he's got an interest for.
Okay. You have any?
Find something. He's like, I don't know where this went. Let's track.
And basically, all I'm doing is going out in the woods to see what's moving of animals. Is there any signs of new predators? And then I'm also deer hunting because excuses.
Okay. So there'd be an interaction check if you have any skills that you'd like to apply.
Tracking. I have 1 level in that, so. We're hunting for, or are we looking for the hellhound?
I'm curious about the hellhound activity, just in case there's a large amount of them, or there's a reason they're being drawn here. I'm curious about wildlife. Then, is there a new predator? I'm curious about just any signs of unnatural disturbance.
Gotcha. So then, yeah, tracking anything to do with hellhounds. So I have 1 in tracking. That is 4d10.
You can do observation on top of that to really just get those 4.
I do have observation. So yes, I could use both. That's not 6 dice, I don't think. Correct?
Well, if you're only using your 2d10 regularly and not a luck or jinx or some other die, you would be limited to the 4d10.
The 4d10. Okay, I'm using the 4d10 for both tracking and observation.
Yeah.
That was a lot better than I thought it would be. A 4, 6, 7, and a 10.
Okay, well that would be an extra luck. So that'd be
Woo.
17, which is a straight success. So
Woo.
together, as the two of you are moving into the woods and looking around again, you don't need to travel quite as far southwest between Siggens Hollow and Thornton, just going a little further south from Thornton to the woods on the other side of the highway. And you can quickly find signs of deer that have been running through. Definitely seems that there's a lot of them that are definitely running away, being chased by different animals. You can find signs of bits here and there where some logs and stumps and the like have burned in paw marks, where seems hellhound is probably giving chase to deer. You can see from the size in the mud and softer dirt where the larger paw from the Smilodon also went in the direction of them. And as you are examining and looking through, following some of the tracks, you can find a few other prints that aren't as easily identifiable at first. There takes a little bit of time with the rarity of seeing them for you to find some bear prints that are also going in the same general direction. The reason it takes a little bit to identify it seems to be the gait, how quickly that they were moving. Not running after the deer, but chased by something. You can see that there's bits where the Smilodon and the bear are crossing, but no wounds or anything of that nature, leaving a trail of blood that you can see. But some of the prints are different. Some look almost like a really big barefoot human. Not quite, but similar structure. Probably would wager that those are hairy cousin, Bigfoot, Sasquatch.
The one you suddenly remember.
And then there's a different one, and you can see here and there bits of rabbit dens and fox dens, burrows that have been made, where you can clearly see some footprints that have been outside of them have been smashed from something larger that stepped through the same area, and where one might expect like a rabbit to make a warren and a fox to make a den, like just torn open from something hunting and pulling such small creatures out of their homes. Blood around the area. There's a bit where you can find large branches from some of the trees that have come down, and there's definitely a sign of something that had crushed while gripping hold of it, and from how it's bent and snapped, it's as if a very heavy creature had been swinging through the branches, and some of them did not sustain the weight as well, and just a while after it went through, the branch snapped and fell down. And then you come to a spot where it looks not the same timber rattlesnake den as seen before, as you are much further east than before, but another pit of some kind. But this one in particular does not appear to have snakes in it, but rather just a hole that's black and dark, with a slight slope on one side leading down into it, and no sign of rock or tree root or anything reflecting light around the hole. but there is a smell that is coming from it, like a bloated carcass that has burst and left its putrescence there as it is rotting.
Pull some cloth over my face because I don't have a big fancy mask like her.
Then,
And
sorry.
which one of us want to take a gander? That smell of a beautiful discovery.
I feel like we already know the answer. Because I have the... Oh.
You're our prom candidate.
Cracking them open. So mean.
On the job training.
Yep, Elidon's going in. That's only fair, though. That's fine.
It was a good run.
You know, fuck you. Elidon's definitely going in and not hurting themselves anymore. Hopefully.
Got the immortality going.
No, I'm just hoping I have smarts.
Where do you get those?
I don't know, but I definitely have. Well, hold on. This is. Is this have anything to do with oxygen or carbon dioxide percentages in any way, shape, or form?
It doesn't seem to, no.
Damn.
Nice try.
Mainly because I have. Look, I've got situational advantages and disadvantages. Two of them say not brave for those specific reasons.
You got this. I have
Hey.
faith in you.
Going inside is what I'm doing.
Stealthily, I hope.
Are you using any sort of light, or just relying upon your soul sight and true vision?
Soul sight and true vision.
Okay. Oppenheimer, are you following or just staying near the entrance?
I'm going to let them take the lead, and more or less, I'm going to follow behind slightly, while also making sure that, like, the big thing doesn't come up behind us.
Okay. Elidon.
Because they might spook something, which will then lead to more problems, and yeah.
Elidon, as you go into the hole, moving slowly, you can find that there is a distance into the hole, a point where it levels out again, and at the bottom you can find what appears to be some humanoid. With your soul sight and true sight vision, you can't exactly make out physical features as well as you would if they were in the light, but it's a person of some kind, lying face down, looking like they have been crawling, and there seems to be a divot where their navel would be in the dirt, and that divot is filled with their internal organs. chewed and shredded to just a mess. Just scraps and fragments. Nothing even whole that is within it. And it is most definitely rotting.
So I'm guessing that means there's not much that they can salvage, in a sense.
I mean, you could potentially try to check for a wallet or other forms of ID, a phone, anything that somebody might have. Of course, a phone would likely be fried if they're in the area, but seeing as how, there's people who do stupid things sometimes.
I have points in autopsy. Would that help?
If you were down there.
I mean, I'm waiting to find out first if a skill is even worth bringing up, primarily.
Yeah, if you were down there, it would definitely help.
Okay.
But I feel like because Elidon is first in there, I didn't know if I was able to carry the body with me, is what I was getting at.
You can certainly try dragging them. It is softer dirt. So it's, feasible. It's not like it's lifting them straight up a cliff or anything like that. There is a slope. It is a dead body, and while they have lost some of their mass, it's not going to help in any fashion. So it's definitely a dead weight that you'd be dragging in order to try and get it up. And if you do move it from where it is, information that might be gained based on where it is, or not having dirt falling into it, might possibly be affected.
So probably not a good idea to move it.
Yeah,
Well,
that's what I was thinking, so.
Probably not best to move it until other information's gathered. And that's something that I think Elidon would know from working with Oppenheimer enough from this amount of time.
Do I have any form of picture taking?
No. Because it's dark.
No, I'm seeing device.
Well, you wouldn't be able to do anything that would be electronic. It's feasible that some people might have some cameras that work really well in areas where there's ley lines. Such technology is still a lot more expensive than cheap disposable cameras would be, because even ones that use just standard film often have a lot of electronics in them for doing the winding and other things of that nature.
Okay.
So I think if you have something, it wouldn't be something you'd take with you all the time. Just
definitely not in this scenario.
It'd be more something that you'd take into a ruin than that you would take into the woods, is what I would think.
And the follow-up question, would I have parts, because it's already known I carry tons of random parts on me. Would I have enough to make a makeshift light? Just a temporary thing.
Well, I mean, there's plenty of fallen branches. You could easily enough grab a branch and a little bit of moss and light that. It's just a matter of if it's grain wood versus if it's dry wood on how well it will light. It would produce a little bit of smoke, but it would be feasible. Alternatively, you could induce a freeform ability and produce a little bit of light using one of your sources.
That's what I was thinking about doing, because I was raised in more of the magic era, not the technological, so I would have a bias.
Well, it's easy enough to, grab a stick and just channel some magic into it, and as long as you hold fixation, he could stay glowing. Otherwise, it would, fade over time.
Okay. So those are my questions. I assume you come get me.
I mean, Elidon would definitely crawl out and just be like,
Nothing worthwhile.
I definitely smell something worthwhile down there.
If you. Oh. Dead body? For sure.
Definitely worthwhile.
Maybe.
So
Unable to get out.
that's fine. We probably shouldn't move it. So I'm thinking you're going to hold the stick and keep an eye out for trouble. I'm going to do some work. And I grab a stick and just light. The stick is now a smokeless torch. Using Cygnus. Just carve on it a sun.
Okay, well, with that, we're going to mark you for 1 fixation while you are holding the ability to have it continue it. Now, if you, for some reason, were, say, injured and there was a possibility of dropping it or needing to keep it up, then you might take another one.
So how much would I have to spend on the Cygnus? Because if I have to put extra points into it for brighter, so be it.
Well, it depends on how far you want it to go. If you want it to be just itself, it would light up the basically 2.5-foot diameter around it. If you want,
I'm hoping for cave.
Well, for each additional 5 feet, you could spend another point in the source pool.
So how wide was the cave? In 5 feet increments?
Well, it's Elidon is able to stand in it at the entrance. You would probably have to duck a little bit, and it doesn't appear to be a rock formation. It appears to have been dug out.
Okay. So not that deep. Probably.
Well, you don't know how deep it goes further. Elidon didn't go past the body, but it is not very wide. I'll say that. You probably could use just a small amount. It's just you wouldn't be able to necessarily see how deep it goes unless you're brightening it up more, and the walls do stop it from, brightening through the wall.
In that case, make it so it extends out 1 square pass. So that'd be 1 extra point?
Yeah. So
okay,
that'd be
so that's
a minimum of 2.
I'm not looking to spend a lot here.
Okay.
Do that, and then the goal is, just in case something in there is sleeping, I don't need the light to kind of like flare on it.
All right.
And I'm going to autopsy the body. Pulling out safety gloves, whole 9 yards.
Okay, so first, let's have you roll for the ability with the light. So just roll your induce.
Okay. Where'd you go? Where'd you go there? Implantation, induce, there it is. 1 dice, and... yeah, I don't got anything else really too useful to throw on that. 754, that would be 13.
Okay, that would be a success at cost. I think you could have it that when you try to first do it, that it makes a bit of sound. You could have it that in doing so you end up scraping yourself in finding something suitable that isn't going to, fall apart. Could be something else if you can think of something that you would
It
find
tends
as a
to
cost.
flicker. But
So that
it wasn't drawn on right, so it tends to flicker a little.
So it alternates between just the square and adjacent.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's a suitable one. Possibility of it just not bright enough to see very much. So I'll say that it flickering will give you 1 die of disadvantage as you're doing the autopsy, but you obviously have the skill.
That's fine. Autopsy 1, and let's see. I have induction, maybe. Or observation. I have observation. Salvage doesn't help right now because I'm not trying to salvage anything from the body. Studying. Survivalism, that's another one. So I think survivalism and autopsy to kind of determine what's on them, what killed them, and stuff like that.
Okay, those would both apply. Are you wanting to use any additional die with it?
Oh, like luck and stuff?
Yes, luck or jinx or chance, fate, curse, doom.
Depending on the roll, I'm going to dump some luck into it.
Okay.
I do not want to risk waking up something.
Well, you can roll it first, and if you want to use the luck, you can decide to use it before I declare what is happening.
Yep, that's going to be my route. No, dice. Floor dice don't count. There we go. We have 15, so it's a 10, a 4, and a 5. And I'm going to burn a luck. 2, so that's 17.
Okay. That is a straight success.
I believe I get a luck because the 10.
You do gain a luck. However, you did also say that you used a luck. So it's going to keep you at the same amount. As you look over the body, it appears that the damage came through from the stomach, bursting outward. And some of the organs themselves appear to have been chewed, ripped, and shredded. You can see that it appears to be a woman in their 30s. Hard to tell, late or middle. The light you have is enough to tell that they appear to have brown hair, the eyes stuck open in a grimace pain, appear to be hazel. They appear to be wearing a pair of gloves, one of which is very ripped and torn, having gripped hold of something and worn a bit of that. Not like a tool, but like gripping rough rock and trying to grab things that those gloves are not designed for. Not like a shredding or anything mechanical. You are able to verify that whatever killed them did appear to have come from the inside, but they were crawling beforehand. You can see just from the light moving a little bit that before they found their final spot where they died, they were crawling and having their leg and arms jut out in pain in different places that were affecting the dirt and floor of the tunnel as they tried to escape whatever was deeper inside, and unfortunately met their end. Looking through their pockets, you are able to find a ID. There's a state ID and there's also a university ID, which does indicate that they went to the same school as the governor's son and the herpetology students that had been with them, and that this woman was not mentioned as a student that was meant to be on the trip. This is not the male who was found in their own apartment. However, there does appear to be a picture of a man and a woman together, and written on the back is the name of the student who was found in their own apartment dead. So it seems that whenever they had left and had their memory had a gap, this woman did not return back with them. It appears whether a girlfriend or just a friend of some kind had gone with them, and they came back but did not seem to remember because there was no mention of them having gone searching on their own.
All right. Anything else before I do my next thing?
Looking through the tracks that they made coming out of the tunnel to where they died, there are little bits of blood in the dirt and smaller tracks that lead up out of the burrow. And you can find here and there deeper tracks, larger, that are going in and out, that look similar to some of the unfamiliar ones that you saw elsewhere in the woods.
Okay. With a sudden sense of urgency, I crawl out a ways and go, "El, here's what you gotta do. Grab wheels, grab basically stuff to make a makeshift cart to carry a dead body. And do I have some form of flat, long thing that I can use to put the body on?" My goal is so it doesn't touch the ground as we travel.
Well, you do have Elidon's horse has the ability to throw things. Not exactly, made for casual, careful kind of moving things. You don't exactly have a wheelbarrow width, since you had that for them back over at the barn. I'd say that you could probably lash together a couple of branches that you've hacked a couple of smaller sticks off of, and lash together, say, some branches and vine together to make a rudimentary stretcher. But that would mean that both of you would have to hold it, or it would be dragging it and bumping over.
That's
anything.
why I'm hoping to grab basic wheels from my miscellaneous parts on me to kind of make a makeshift rolling thing, and then use vines and stuff to lash the body to the thing.
Well, the issue with that would be what you carry would be like a lot smaller parts. For something large enough to carry a body, it'd definitely have to be a lot larger. And in addition, you're in the woods, so it's not like taking them along the highway or one of the city streets or anything like that. It'd be a lot of rocks, a lot of roots, a lot of bumps.
Okay.
Even if you had like a really heavy duty wheel, it is going to be bouncing it around, and with it just on a stretcher, it would probably just get bounced around and fall right off if there isn't
All right.
somebody who's holding the other end.
Alternative then. Make the thing, put the body on it. Your horse holds one end, I hold the other, and you just kind of keep overwatch. We get this body out of here in the most delicate way we can.
Okay.
Let's do this thing.
That definitely can work. I'd say then that'll be at least a crafting check, just to see that if you can make it well enough that it'll hold together while you get out. And we'll see in terms
Jury-rig?
of... Jury-rig, I think... Yeah,
The reason I
it's
say
meant to
that
be a
is I'm
limited...
expecting a penalty.
No, a jury rig would work in this case because it's for a limited time, so it's not meant to be something long-lasting and durable. You're just needing to have something to elevate one side while the horse elevates the other. I think it's more that the penalty in this case would be the fact that you're throwing together a bunch of stuff from twigs and branches and vines, and it's a matter more of the fact that you'd have to be holding it, and the horse would have to be holding it, leaving just Elidon, as you set your Overwatch, as the only one able to fight without you having to drop it. So it's more the fact that that's going to take time if something happens.
And I'm willing to take a penalty to speed up the process, because with jury-rig and craft, I have 3 advantages. So I'm willing to take a disadvantage in order to make sure we keep going in the right direction.
Well, that would be more of a matter of the traversal in terms of trying to do it fast enough. It's first crafting it to see that you've made it successfully and it doesn't just fall apart before you can get going.
Okay. So that is 3, 4, 8, 6, 14. I'm going to burn a... No, I don't need to... No. That's a success, technically.
That is a success at cost, yes.
Okay. I'm willing to take the cost. Probably take a mark or something for the fact that I cut my hand.
Okay.
Yeah. And this is an interaction, I believe.
Yes, this would be an interaction.
How many interactions have I done so far without blocking them? That's a good question. Whatever. Questions for later.
So, all right, one moment here. You are able to throw it together and get the corpse of the woman onto it, and use a little bit of bind to essentially tie the corpse to help, since you don't have any sort of strap or anything like that. There's probably going to be pieces that will fall that are from the stomach area, but the majority of the body would stay on. Once you get it actually lifted, then there's probably still the possibility of little bits, but this has dried, so it's not leaking blood or anything to that effect.
Yeah. Well, it's on you to make sure the area is safe and make sure your horse walks quietly.
Okay.
That. What is next?
So next, we have the horse leading the way or behind.
Probably the horse leading the way, because I don't think the horse is going to walk backwards and have a body in its face.
And it would mean that it would have to reach further in order to be in front anyway, so just was double checking. But with it leading the way and Elidon guarding the rear, it'll be a matter of the horse needing to be the one that's doing the traversal, as if it falls, then everything will fall forward or to the side. So,
can I use my luck on it?
You would not be able to use your luck on it. No. But what you could do is you can use the assistance or aid action to potentially be able to try to help out in a manner to benefit it. Now, one of those, I believe it was assistance, can let you use a die, but you can't just do it on the check alone. You'd have to be doing something that specifically works in that fashion. And since you don't speak the same language, it's different in telling it to do something versus having the reins and guiding it to do something. Elidon, in particular, does have a lot more rapport with their horse. So it's just a matter of how you are giving them assistance.
If they have more rapport, they should be the one giving instructions.
Yeah, giving assistance or aid.
That's on you, El. Your horse likes you. Throws me.
Lost you.
I'm so sorry. We are just moving the body still?
You're about to start moving the body. Delcar was saying in terms of the possibility of Oppenheimer helping Nightglow, or whether or not Elidon can help them either with aid or assistance. Aid would allow you to do something to bestow a luck die, or it could be one of the larger hedge die. If it's done as a reaction, it can only be a luck die. Or assistance, which would let them re-roll. But it's a matter of the skill that complements what the assistance is doing, such as survivalism or botany, in terms of noticing something that looks like it might be difficult to walk over, things of that sort. Or they can just simply roll it as a flat traversal check.
Well, it would be assistance. Because I actually feel like... I know earlier it was said that Elidon would be in the back, but I think Elidon would actually be in the front, directing the horse. Since it is their horse. But yeah, no, they'd be assisting.
Okay. Are you walking ahead of the horse, or are you flying ahead of the horse?
Walking.
Okay. So, what skill are you using to potentially help them?
Actually, instead of walking, could I be riding the horse? Because there is a skill of riding.
You could be, yes.
That is what I will do, and I believe that's just 2d10. Because I don't have anything in writing, but...
Okay, do you have a skill specifically that would benefit them? Because that would allow them to be able to re-roll a die. Or you could bestow a die.
I mean, you have survivalism.
No.
Oh.
Elidon does not. I do have observation, yes.
Well, that could apply if you manage to spot something that can help them avoid. You just lightly pull on the reins to steer them slightly to the side, etc.
Yes, that'll be what I do.
Okay. How many ranks do you have of it?
Ranks 1.
Okay. So, Nightglow
Could
is
I
going to...
possibly bestow a benefit as well with my knowledge of grappling, so there's a better sense of balance?
It would be just one at a time that's able to offer.
Okay.
But grappling wouldn't exactly help in terms of balance. Balance would help with balance. Grappling
Weird.
would be more for grabbing somebody with the capture action,
Okay.
etc.
That's all I had.
There is the balance skill if that was something had. But Nightglow will need to roll 3d10 and keep 2.
Okay, I will roll 3d10 for Nightglow. My horse is so much better than me, guys. That was a 5, a 9, and a 10. Oh, fuck.
Horses are smarter than us. They're better than us. They're the main characters.
God damn it. I mean, this one throws people, if that's fair.
Okay.
Its accuracy is through the roof.
Look.
So,
There's a reason.
with that, that's a straight success. So Nightglow is not going to have any difficulty tripping, falling, or going off course. However, now we need Oppenheimer to roll.
Alrighty.
Because it's a matter of Oppenheimer not tripping and falling or knocking it aside, anything to that effect.
And I'm definitely not telling Oppenheimer about any of the obstacles we just came through.
Ooh. Reflexes?
Reflexes could help if there's something that's coming towards you. Like, say...
I was thinking observation and reflexes.
Okay.
Because I have survivalism, and that could work, but I have 3 in reflexes, so...
Well, remember, unless you're rolling extra die, you would max out at 40-10 and keeping 2.
I was anticipating more disadvantages.
Okay. So with the reflexes being as high as they are, that would allow it to drop down with the one disadvantage of having the corpse and horse directly in front of you, which would make it harder to see what you're trying to step on and over. So yes, you'd still roll the 4d10 and keep 2.
1, 2, 3, 4. 7, 5, 3, 2. That is 13. I'm gonna stub my toe, but not drop anything at the cost of. It's like kind of like one of those you drop something and you willingly land on your knee instead of letting it spill.
7 plus 5 is 12.
What numbers? I am medication.
You were off by 1, but I was like, 7 plus 5 is 12. Hold on.
Either way,
Still success at cost, so you take a mark.
yep.
Now, do you release your fixation on the stick to let?
Oh, I thought I dropped that a while ago.
Okay. No, you hadn't specified.
Oh, there's a glowing stick back there.
Well, what I mean is that when you held the fixation on that, that was able to help you with tying together the stretcher, getting it on the stretcher, and getting it out. Now it's a matter of if you wanted the light still present or if you wanted it to go.
How dark is it?
Well, right now it's still mid-morning. You are in the woods, so there's the canopy, so it's a little darker, but there's still sunlight coming through.
I don't need the light.
Okay. So then you can release your fixation. So I will remove that, because you're doing so willingly without being forced to try and hold it, or having something else externally force you to hold fixation.
Yep.
So, with that, you have the two of you traversing a stretch of the woods, heading back toward the highway, and you've made it through a section without any difficulty. You can hear the sound of something that is moving through the brush behind you.
Not a whole lot I can do.
You can choose to continue. You have 2 more stretches to go before you'll hit the highway. At regular pace, or you can try to go faster to try getting through both sections with a single check, but that would put it at disadvantage.
I mean, I'm willing to take a disadvantage.
Okay. Well, in your particular case, you'd be taking 2 disadvantages because of not being able to see directly.
I'm willing to accept that.
Nightglow has the one disadvantage just from how you're trying to move quickly through a area that is, a lot of roots, a lot of rocks and stumps and uneven ground. They do have the ability to excavate, to throw things, which will help with loose stuff, but that won't help against, a partially buried boulder, for example, or with just really thick roots. So, Elidon, are you going to again help and try to guide them, or are you?
Do you
going
agree
to
with
do
our?
Are you going to?
Oh, sorry.
Do anything about the sound that was behind you?
I was gonna let the horse do its thing, and I was gonna investigate.
Okay. Well, it certainly
Because
can.
I can at least fly off of my horse to do so.
You certainly can. It does mean that you will be leaving it to run the check on its own.
I have faith in my horse.
Okay.
Fuck, it does better than me anyway. Freaking rolling.
So, go ahead and have it roll 2d10.
2d10. Alright, this time I had my horrible luck. It's a 2 and a 6.
Okay.
Doing great, guys. My horse is doing great.
So, that comes to failure with bonus. So its intent is to not fall itself or to drop what it is carrying. So the question is, which thing is the failure? Does it itself fall, or does it just simply have the stretcher fall?
My horse is vain enough to care for itself more. It lets the stretcher fall.
Okay. As you had told it to pick up the pace and to keep moving, it runs the rest of the distance to the highway. And as far as the bonus, the stretcher at least doesn't fall completely apart. But Nightglow is back, just exiting the woods at the highway. And Oppenheimer, you don't need to make a traversal. The stretcher has fallen down in front of you. You're holding up one end of it, but it is definitely only still on the stretcher because of the fact that it's basically the front end stuck into the ground and it didn't just fall to pieces. And
No remorse.
Elidon
That
has
was very vain.
flown back behind you.
I stand there, dead body in my face. Just the quiet little.
Well, at
This
least
may
it's
or may not be slight payback.
at least it's tipped away from you.
Yep.
And
Otherwise, there'd be a lot of cussing.
Elidon,
Yes.
I want you to make a reflex check if you have any ranks in that.
Nope, but I'll gain it.
Okay. Oppenheimer,
Yeah.
I want you to make a reflex check at 1 die disadvantage.
Deal.
So I'm just rolling the 2d6 or 2d10, sorry.
That is 792.
I rolled a 6 and a 9.
Okay. So, both of you are able to get a... It was a 792 for Oppenheimer.
Yes.
Okay, well that's a straight success, and it was a 6 and a...
It was a 6 and a 9. 69.
Okay, so that was a success at cost. So, you are both able to wheel around and avoid being immediately hit. Elidon, I think maybe you're flying, you clip a low branch or something while trying to turn around quickly enough off of your horse. If you'd like to take a mark from that. Otherwise, if you can suggest something else you feel suitable.
I got caught in the saddle for a sec.
Do you want that to have taken you 1 hex further away before you got out?
Sure, I'll take that.
Okay. So your flight movement gets you to where Oppenheimer is, not past him.
That's fine, as long as I'm semi behind him.
Well, you're essentially above him.
That's fine, as long as I can still see things.
Okay. So, neither of you gets hit as barreling one on the ground and one swinging from a branch, leaping downward. Two large, tan, peachy skin creatures leap in your direction with no heads, eyes between the shoulders, but lifted up off of the body like stalks from a snail, and a giant maw that would go down to what is normally where the navel would be, all the way up to the sternum, as full of rows and rows and rows and rows of teeth and a sharp, barbed tongue, looking like some kind of twisted ape, gorilla of some kind, and definitely not, as you are ambushed from behind, but turned before being struck by two of the headless ones. And that is where we'll end the session before we get into the combat next time.
What I'm hearing is this is the time for grenades.
What you're hearing is you managed not to be at an immediate disadvantage on your essence checks, as you both did turn around, but they're still attacking first. So that will be fun for
Absolutely.
the next session to start off. And thankfully, you only have two of them that you see currently.
That's never good.
Look, all I heard was see currently, and I think we're safe.
That's never good.
Sure
That
it
means the others
is.
are better at hiding.
What's with the negative vibes?
Well,
I'm
mean,
an assassin who can turn invisible.
you do
I
know
think I know.
you do at least know that two of the ones that are smaller aren't leaping at you currently. So you figure these are either juvenile or adult, most likely, maybe. They're not the young, at least.
That doesn't make it better.
The demon's coming. Skinwalkers.
No, it certainly doesn't make it better, but it makes it fun to
That is true.
to see how not immediately being able to use a tranquilizing thing on say the Smilodon as before, but facing a terror properly. And oh look, one each. So again, we will catch everybody on the flip side. I will end the broadcast, and we can discuss briefly offline, well, off air, and see when we start up again next. We know it will not be next Sunday, because that is already occupied, but possibly the 8th, possibly further. But with that, we will catch everyone on the flip side and see when we start up next.